Chapter 386. Chu Yang flipped his wrist and said, "Now these belong to you three." Looking at the three thin pieces of jade in his palm, he said awkwardly, "Cough, cough, they are a little small, but cough, cough, there weren't many dogs to begin with." Chu Yang felt a little guilty when he said this. "They're not that big. They're not even as big as a mountain. But what should I say? Should I say that the sword spirit of my calamity sword is stingy and won't give it to you?" However, the three people opposite him were stunned. Under the sunlight, the three pieces of pink jade in Chu Yang's palm emitted a bright red luster as if they were about to melt under the sunlight. They slowly emitted a dense mist. A burst of warm aura suddenly enveloped the three people. "Mysterious Yang Jade!" Shadow exclaimed. Then his eyes widened. His four eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets at the same time. "No wonder this place is barren. No wonder this mountain peak is called Pure Yang Peak. Pure Yang, so this is it. It turns out that there is such a shocking treasure here that contains the power of Pure Yang. Mysterious Yang Jade." Shadow's eyes were brimming with tears. Such a treasure is not a legend. It really exists in this world. Tai Butian didn't know what mysterious Yang Jade was, but seeing the reaction of the two shadows, she knew that this small piece of jade was extraordinary. "This jade, His Majesty can have it, but we can't." Shadow's eyes were fixed on the mysterious Yang Jade in Chu Yang's hand as he said with difficulty, "Why?" Chu Yang asked. "An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime." Shadow sighed. "Chi, we're not like you. One of you is carefree and can go anywhere you want, while His Majesty is the ruler of a country. He rarely comes out. With such a treasure on him, there won't be any problems. But the two of us have clans, and we have to go back to our clans every once in a while." Shadow's expression was somewhat bitter. "There was one thing he didn't say. As long as our clans know that we have such a thing, they will definitely take it back to our clans. The two of us are second-grade martial kings. This is good, but such strength is not valued in our clans. What's more, the two of them were already so old, and their future development wasn't favored by their families. Otherwise, why would he be sent to the lower three heavens? Can't you just keep it to yourself and not say anything?" Chu Yang asked in surprise. "I've already taken it out. Do you want me to take it back?" "Quo." The two shadows hesitated for a while and finally decided, "How about this? We shouldn't have asked for it. Since you've said so, then let us husband and wife take one." "Quo." As he spoke, he picked up the smallest and thinnest piece. Then he handed the largest piece to Tai Butian, but insisted that Chu Yang take back the other piece. "For us to be able to take such a small piece is already a blessing to our ancestors, and a great advantage of you." Both shadows were resolute. As for Tai Butian's piece, both of them felt that it was only right. For you, her martial path was ruined, and she gave up the most precious thing as a woman. It's only right for her to take a piece of mysterious Yang Jade from you to nourish her body. Your Majesty, this piece of jade is called Mysterious Yang Jade. You can wear it to nourish your body and even your divine soul. Moreover, it has the effect of warming your skin and maintaining your appearance. You're busy with state affairs and have to deal with thousands of affairs every day. It's inevitable that you'll be tired. But as long as you have this mysterious Yang Jade, you'll be immune to all kinds of diseases. Your spirit will always be full, and you'll never feel tired. Moreover, it will never harm your body." "Quo," Shadow solemnly exhorted. "Your Majesty, this piece of jade must never be seen by others. In the future, this piece of jade can also be a national treasure. Quo, the heirloom of the country." Tai Butian was holding the piece of jade in her hand, feeling the warm aura. She was playing with it lovingly. When she heard Shadow's words, she was immediately shocked. National treasure? What kind of treasure could be a national treasure? As the ruler of a nation, how could Tai Butian not be clear about it? Only those heaven-defying treasures would be regarded as national treasures. I'll let this piece of jade accompany me forever. Tai Batian raised her head and said solemnly. These words had a profound meaning. At least, the two shadows felt that they had a profound meaning. However, Chuyang didn't feel anything. The two shadows sighed in their hearts when they saw the expressions of the two people. Such a good marriage. Why does the man have someone else in his heart, and the woman has a heavy burden on her shoulders? One has feelings and the other has misgivings. The other doesn't know anything about it. There are such strange emotional entanglements in this world. The four people went down the mountain. The four of them walked until the evening lanterns were lit. Then they crossed the mountains and arrived at the heaven-splitting mountain pass from another direction. Wu Kuan-yin was burning with anxiety. That was because Long Ao was still outside the pass. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. There was a mountain behind him. He was caught in such an awkward situation. He really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Hundreds of thousands of people will climb the mountain if we want to retreat. As for riding a horse or taking a carriage, isn't that a fantasy? But hundreds of thousands of people will climb the mountain. Wouldn't Wu Kuan-yin get annihilated if he comes out of the pass? Long Ao wouldn't dare to take his own head as a joke, even if he had the guts to do so. Moreover, what would he do if he was lucky enough to climb the mountain, and then a huge boulder fell down? That's really hard to say. Therefore, Long Ao could only endure. Your Majesty, you. Wu Kuan-yin received the report and hurriedly came out to greet him. He was so excited that he almost cried. He wiped his eyes and was inexplicably moved. You're finally back. I'm about to commit suicide. Tai Batian smiled comfortingly and said, What's the hurry? I'm all right. How's the situation inside the pass? Quo wink with a frown. Now, the situation is very good. Wu Kuan-yin's words left Tai Batian dumbfounded. Very good. Yes, Waha. Today, Old Wu, am very excited. A mountain fell down from the sky and smashed these bastards to death. Wahahaha, Wu Kuan-yin grinned. Even if a mountain falls down, it can't smash them to death, right? Tai Batian frowned. This Wu Kuan-yin is exaggerating, right? But this mountain can move, Your Majesty. This mountain tumbles along the slanting valley. Moreover, the mountains on both sides of the slanting valley are shaken by the fall of this mountain. Hee, that scene is spectacular. I heard that even Jin Ningkai and Yu Qinglong were smashed to death. Great Zhao's casualties are more than 100,000. Quo, Wu Kuan-yin was so excited that his face turned red. Now, 100,000. 100,000, Your Majesty. Quo wink with a frown. 100,000, Your Majesty. Tai Butian's forehead was covered with black lines. Your Majesty has 100,000. What's the value of that? 100,000 emperors of a country. However, he also knew that Wu Kuan-yin was extremely excited and incoherent. So he didn't take it to heart. Now go in and see. Now, Tai Batian waved his hand. Wu Kuan-yin had already arrived in front of Chuyang. He patted Chuyang's shoulder with his big hairy palm. Now, hey, little. Do you remember me, Great General Wu? Quo, Chuyang raised his eyebrows. Now, I'm going to feed aphrodisiac to the warhorses. Quo, Wu Kuan-yin was stunned for a moment. Then he angrily said, Now, motherfucker. Now, you've just met, and you've already begun to expose my scars. He turned his head and was about to flip out, but he found that Chuyang had already walked far behind Tai Batian. Wu Kuan-yin caught up with them. He was about to show his power when Tai Batian turned around and looked at him. Then he whispered in a dignified manner, Now, don't be rude to Minister Chu. Quo. His voice was so low that only Wu Kuan-yin could hear him. Wu Kuan-yin's mouth gaped open in shock. Minister Chu? King of Hell Chu? This guy is King of Hell Chu? Wu Kuan-yin recalled the rumors about King of Hell Chu that had spread throughout the entire iron cloud. Then he compared that terrifying character with this youngster in front of him. Wu Kuangyin tried hard to match the two, but he found that he couldn't accept this seemingly absurd fact. He opened his mouth to speak, but he saw Tai Butian's stern gaze looking at him. It was as sharp as a knife. His Majesty obviously doesn't want me to reveal King of Hell Chu's identity. Wu Kuangyin tactfully shut his mouth. But he was thinking in his heart, His Majesty doesn't want King of Hell Chu's identity to be exposed. So why is he telling me? The heaven-splitting mountain pass was in a mess along the way. Collapsed houses and city walls were everywhere. Tai Butian couldn't help but sigh. It was really dangerous. If this wasn't the heaven-splitting mountain pass, I'm afraid that any other city would have turned into a pile of wasteland. Tai Butian climbed the city wall and looked at the lone army outside the city. He looked at them for a long time with his sharp eyes. Then he said, "Now, Minister Chu, the 500,000 soldiers and horses here will be under your command from now on." Kuo Chuyang was stunned. "Now me?" Kuo winked with a frown. "Now." "Yes, it's you." "Kuo." Tai Butian trusted him and said, "Now, I believe that you can end this war as soon as possible." Kuo Chuyang looked outside the city and said, "Now." "Good." Kuo. Wu Kuangyin had been following behind him. He finally understood. His Majesty wants King of Hell Chu to command the army. That's why he told me his identity. Humph humph. Do you think it's so easy to command the army? A genius isn't equal to a commander. Wu Kuangyin cursed in his heart. Then he heard Tai Butian say, "Now, General Wu, you're in charge of assisting Minister Chu. You must remind him at any time." He looked at Wu Kuangyin indifferently. "Now, do you understand?" Kuo winked with a frown. "Now, I understand. I understand." "Now." Wu Kuangyin nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Chu Yang's black robe covered his entire body. It covered his entire face. He held the first military meeting with King of Hell Chu's signature image. In addition, he deliberately emitted a trace of 7 shades cold energy. This made the commander's tent look like an ice cave on this hot summer day. Everyone's entire body was emitting cold air. Several valiant generals of the army weren't convinced at first. They wanted to stir up some trouble, but they felt as if a poisonous snake had crawled up their backs as soon as they met King of Hell Chu's gaze. They felt a chill run down their spines, and their scalps went numb. Their hearts melted like snow under the scorching sun. Chapter 387. Everyone was shocked. This minister is very direct. He went straight to the point. Has anyone led an army like this since ancient times? They saw the minister flipping through a small booklet in his hand. The bodyguard standing next to him squinted his eyes and almost laughed out loud. The handwriting on this booklet looked like a turtle's crawl. It was very ugly. It was General Wu Kuangyin's handwriting. This was exactly what Chu Yang had forced Wu Kuangyin to write about his understanding of the various generals and their respective characteristics during the 2 hours he had spent on world-defying stage heavens. These people were Wu Kuangyin's old subordinates, so he obviously knew their strengths like the back of his hand. Chu Yang had to rely on this to make arrangements for the generals. This battle wouldn't be difficult to fight against the exhausted soldiers outside the city. Tai Butian's intention was to let Chu Yang use this battle to train his troops. Wu Shi. Chu Yang frowned and said, "Mo. General is here." Wu Yi stood up straight with a swoosh. He looked like a tough soldier, but his serious stuttering had greatly reduced his image. The generals burst into laughter. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He raised his head and said, "Are you the deputy commander?" "Mo. Wu Yi's mouth was foaming. Wu Kuangyin hurriedly translated. Reporting to the supreme commander, he wanted to say, "I am." "Oh." Chu Yang looked at the roaring laughter below. Suddenly, his face changed. He slammed the table. "What are you laughing at?" The generals were stunned. "What are you laughing at? It's funny, isn't it?" Chu Yang looked at them fiercely. "Do you think it's funny that he stutters and you don't stutter? Are you laughing at your own brother? Huh. You guys are really united. Is stuttering funny? Speak." He slammed the table heavily. There was complete silence. Wu Yi. "Yes. I order you to immediately lead 50,000 elite soldiers out of the city to challenge. Pay attention. After the battle, you don't need to cause a lot of casualties. You only need to mobilize the enemy's troops. Then, you immediately lead the troops back." Understood." Wu Yi straightened his chest. "Go." "Yes." Wu Yi received the order and strode away. Then, Chu Yang called out the names of several generals. Basically, every 2 hours, 50,000 soldiers would go out of the city to harass them. Yes, it was harassment. Long Ao was in for a tragedy. He was now secretly letting the army clean up the collapsed mountain. As long as they could make a slope that could allow horses to gallop up, they would be able to leave this place. Of course, this work was deliberately concealed and was extremely secretive. Moreover, it looked like it was about to be completed. At this time, the city gate suddenly opened with a sound. Following that, a group of people surged out like a tide. The leading general shouted under the moonlight, "Long, long, long. Ao, Yui, do you dare to fight with me?" Long Ao was infuriated. What a bastard, coming up to challenge at such a critical juncture, and even coming up with an ending. However, he had no choice but to fight, because the other party was already charging over. In case they rushed into the camp, he wasn't afraid of disturbing the army, but he was afraid that the other party would find out about his movements. Even if one of them managed to escape, Wu Kuangyin would be prepared. Then his army would be annihilated. Therefore, Long Ao had no choice but to hurriedly send troops to resist. Who would have thought that this stuttering general would throw out a sentence after a round of fighting? Ming, 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 Ming. Tomorrow! He hadn't even finished speaking when his shadow disappeared. Long Ao smashed his cup in the commander's tent. Another 2 hours passed, and another wave came. This wave broke through the vanguard of Great Zhao's army with a loud bang. They immediately retreated after killing and setting fire. Another 2 hours passed, and another wave came. Long Ao flew into a rage. He was at his wits' end. The night passed in such a state of high tension. Dawn broke. Long Ao was pacing back and forth in the commander's tent. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. It seemed that soldiers were causing trouble. The quartermaster came to report, "Supreme Commander, we don't have any food." "No food?" Long Ao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Didn't we tell them to divide the rations for 1 day into 3 days? Where are we going to get food at this time?" But this is a high-intensity battle. In addition, we haven't slept all night. The soldiers are... The quartermaster was also helpless. They had fallen into this situation. All the military supplies were in the rear. He was the quartermaster, so he didn't have anything in his hands. The only provisions they had after they had been intercepted here were the 3 days' rations that the soldiers had carried with them. The provisions weren't distributed under a unified jurisdiction. They were all in the hands of the soldiers. So, who could bear it if they got hungry? 5 days had already passed. So what else could be left? The noise outside was getting louder and louder. They won't let us eat. How can we fight if we don't let us eat? That's right. Do you want to win the battle on an empty stomach? We want to eat. This group of soldiers was a rough bunch. Only a few of them were literate. In other words, those who could recognize their own names were highly educated people in the army. They had always been like this. Don't have food? Look for an official. We don't care where this is or how critical the situation is. Anyway, we can't go hungry. Long Ao frowned. He lifted the curtain and rushed out in big strides. "What are you shouting about?" There was a moment of silence. Then someone shouted, "Marshal, we want to eat." With someone taking the lead, everyone's courage grew. They shouted together, "Marshal, we want to eat." Long Ao's cheeks twitched. He said angrily, "No food? If you don't have food, you won't eat horse meat? There's so many dead horses piled up there. Aren't those eaten?" The soldiers cheered, "Eat horse meat! Eat horse meat!" They left one after another. Then there was another conflict at the dead war horses. Which cavalry didn't treat their war horses as their lives? When their war horses died, they couldn't be more sad. How could they allow others to eat their war horses? Of course, they refused this group of hungry soldiers. So the conflict arose. The cavalrymen who were guarding the war horses' corpses were beaten down. Then the soldiers started to argue again. Some complained that they were given less. Some complained that others were given more. It was noisy. In the end, the quartermaster came forward. He gathered the dead war horses together and distributed them uniformly. No one had more and no one had less. Only then was the crisis temporarily averted. However, Long Ao had already seen the signs of destruction. Today we can eat dead horses. Tomorrow we can starve for half a meal. But the day after tomorrow we will have to kill live horses. How can a cavalry be called a cavalry without a horse? Wu Kuang-yin appeared while Long Ao was in a terrible fix. General Wu was shouldering a heavy responsibility this time. Minister Chu had sent him to persuade Long Ao to surrender. Everyone could guess that Wu Kuang-yin would persuade Long Ao to surrender, given his temperament. Will he persuade Long Ao to surrender? This was simply impossible, because Minister Chu didn't intend to accept Long Ao's surrender. Because Wu Kuang-yin's first words angered Long Ao. "Long Ao, fuck your mother. I'm here to persuade you to surrender." Long Ao was so angry that he fainted. Originally, he had thought that he might as well agree for the time being if Wu Kuang-yin came to persuade him to surrender. Then he would go to the battlefield and attack Prime Minister Diwu in passing. This would be considered as atonement for his crime. However, the other party had sent Wu Kuang-yin to persuade him to surrender. Is this persuasion? This is a declaration of war, okay? I would rather die than surrender. Long Ao spurred his horse out of the formation. He roared with anger. He waited until he got closer. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Wu Kuang-yin, you fucking persuade me to surrender, but you don't know how to persuade me." His voice was very low. Only Wu Kuang-yin could hear him. Long Ao's meaning was, "You have come to persuade me to surrender, but you can't have this attitude. How can I agree with your attitude? You have to promise me a high position and generous salary. You have to show me your will. Then I will pretend to consider it. You will persuade me again and again. Then I will surrender. Moreover, you have to give me some face in front of my subordinates, in front of the two armies. You can't just shout like a dog and I will surrender. How can there be such a thing?" Wu Kuang-yin didn't buy it. He tilted his ear and asked loudly, "What did you say? Speak louder." Long Ao almost died from anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wu Kuang-yin, you have to show some will to persuade me to surrender, right?" Wu Kuang-yin suddenly realized. He lowered his voice and said, "You mean one." Long Ao was delighted. "It seems there's hope." He said in a low voice, "I mean you put forward some conditions. One. As if." Wu Kuang-yin winked at him. Long Ao's voice became even lower. "As if. You will make me a great general. Then I will be promoted to an official position. Then how will my subordinates be arranged? How will they be rewarded? You have surrendered, and you still want to be a great general?" Wu Kuang-yin shouted. His eyes were wide open in astonishment. His voice was very loud. So many people heard him. Long Ao was so anxious that his face started to sweat. My dear father, can't you be a little bit quieter? Fuck! Wu Kuangyin suddenly shouted. Even if you are in a hurry to surrender, you won't call me father anymore, right? Long Ao stared at him. Why are you staring at me? Tell me, did you just call me father? Isn't that right? Wu Kuangyin was full of vigor as he shouted loudly. Wu Kuangyin! Long Ao roared. His face turned red, and the corners of his eyes almost cracked. What are you shouting for? Wu Kuangyin's voice became louder. What? You called me your father just now. You still dare to deny it. Long Ao, do you dare to swear to the heavens? Swear in the name of your ancestors that you didn't call me father? Swear, swear, swear that you didn't call me father. Send, send. Long Ao trembled with anger. He glared at Wu Kuangyin, but he didn't dare to swear. Filial piety was very important in this era. Long Ao was already an old man. Although he didn't mean it that way, he didn't dare to swear on his ancestors. Fuck! You still want to be a great general. You still want to be promoted. You still want to be rewarded. Fuck! Wu Kuangyin's voice was like thunder. I tell you, Long Ao, it's useless to call me father. Kneel down if you surrender. If you don't surrender, I will kill you. What? You want to talk about conditions with us? You must be crazy. Chapter 388. Wu Kuangyin, you. Long Ao pointed his finger at Wu Kuangyin in grief and indignation as he cried out. However, he saw Wu Kuangyin's malicious mockery. He never intended to persuade me to surrender. He was playing with me. Long Ao almost collapsed when this thought arose in his mind. I've always been proud of my intelligence, but I've been played so miserably. The enemy troops at the front and the army at the rear burst into loud boos at the same time. This made Long Ao want to draw his sword and cut his own throat to apologize to the world. Humiliation. Extraordinary humiliation. Long Ao had always been proud and arrogant. Moreover, he had never lost a battle. So, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, it was a heavy blow. His troops were already at the end of their rope. The only thing that could keep them afloat was the prestige that he had built up over the years as the main commander. But the prestige that I've painstakingly built up over the years has been destroyed by the enemy's persuasion. It's over. Long Ao was so angry that he almost couldn't sit still on the horse's back. His vision turned black, and his heart turned disheartened. He almost subconsciously turned his horse around and galloped back to his army. So this is what the generals who have been defeated and humiliated by me in the past were thinking in their hearts. Long Ao suddenly had this thought at this time. Wu Kuangyin didn't chase after him. He just urged his horse to stand still. He looked at Long Ao with a mocking smile on his face. He thought, it seems that the method taught by King of Hell Chu is really useful. Look at this guy. He's so angry that he's half dead. It's so cool. Long Ao galloped back to his army. He saw a lot of doubts and disdain in their eyes. The army was speechless as they looked at him. He had deliberately lowered his voice when he was speaking in front of the army. It was clear that he was pleading, but the enemy didn't lower his voice. The enemy said that Long Ao had called him father, and General Long didn't refute. The enemy forced him to swear, and he only spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't swear. What does this mean? This means that General Long is begging for mercy. He's begging for good treatment after surrendering. He's even bowing and calling him father, but he's being ruthlessly humiliated. Is this really our Marshal Long? Long Ao felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow as he looked at the silent, doubtful eyes of the crowd. He felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he saw stars in front of his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a big mouthful of blood. Suddenly he felt disheartened, and a sense of death welled up in his heart. He turned his horse's head and suddenly shouted, "Wu Kuang Yin! When I was alive, I couldn't eat your flesh, but when I die, I will chase your soul. I, Long Ao, will never coexist with you in this world." As he roared, blood gushed out of his mouth. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and pulled out his long sword. He then shouted angrily, "Wu Kuang Yin, wait for me. Tonight, my ghost will come to find you." He brandished his long sword and unexpectedly killed himself on the horse's back. His voice was shrill, as if a malicious spirit from hell had suddenly rushed out, howling madly with endless hatred, causing everyone who heard it to feel their hair stand on end. He was dead, and his blood was gushing out, but his body didn't collapse. His eyes were still, glaring angrily at Wu Kuang Yin. His eyes were as deep as a dead fish's and seemed to be connected to the netherworld. This generation's famous general had finally chosen to commit suicide. "Marshal!" The bodyguard burst into tears. "Marshal!" Thousands of people shouted together. They knelt down and wept bitterly. Wu Kuang Yin on the opposite side shuddered. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. "Fuck! I have killed more than 10 million people in my life. You're not the only one who wants to settle accounts with me for revenge. Come to find me tonight? Then you'll have to line up first. Fuck, you're already dead, but you're still scaring people." Then he waved his arms and shouted, "Long Ao is dead. You, when are you going to surrender?" He wanted to say, "You and the others," but he felt that he couldn't say it out loud. So he had no choice but to say, "You and the others." On the city wall, a black robe was fluttering in the wind. Behind the black mask was a pair of cold and ruthless eyes. It was King of Hell Chu. "Minister Chu, do we summon these people to surrender, or—" Tai Butian's eyes flashed as he asked. "The general is dead, so we naturally have to summon them to surrender." Chu Yang insipidly said, "Execute Long Ao's bodyguards after they surrender. Execute several generals who are leading the troops. Imprison the remaining generals. Then break up the troops and reorganize them. This is a new force. I can understand if the generals are killed or imprisoned, but why execute the bodyguards?" Tai Butian frowned, "I'm afraid. Now is not the time to think about mercy. Instead, we should think about survival. Survival is the key to the world's hegemony." Chu Yang coldly said, "The reason why your majesty doesn't understand is that your majesty doesn't know what a bodyguard is. Bodyguard, these two words aren't in vain." Tai Butian smiled embarrassedly. A general next to him said, "Your majesty doesn't command the army, so it's understandable that you don't understand. However, we can't kill many of these bodyguards with our own hands, because as Long Ao's bodyguards, most of them will follow him and commit suicide once he dies." His expression was a little heavy as he said, "Even if they don't die with him, they will still have the thought of taking revenge before they die." He let out a long sigh. "Your Majesty, this is what Minister Chu meant by bodyguards." He paused for a moment and said, "The so-called bodyguards are the real hardcore. In other words, they are the embodiment of the word loyalty. Often, there is an unstable rule on the battlefield. That is, the basic condition to measure a famous general is to see whether his bodyguards will die for him. How many people are willing to die for him?" Tai Butian was stunned. Sure enough, after Long Ao died, some of his bodyguards wailed on the spot and cut themselves with their swords. The soldiers of Ironcloud saw that the situation was hopeless after they started to surrender. So they put down their weapons one after another. The remaining bodyguards killed many of their comrades in anger. Then their comrades fought back and chopped them into meat paste. Ironcloud's army didn't move. The ordinary soldiers of Great Zhao and the bodyguards of Ironcloud were fighting a bloody battle. Each of the bodyguards had tears on their faces. They crazily chopped and killed while crazily shouting, "The great commander isn't that kind of person! The great commander isn't that kind of person! You have blasphemed the great commander! You!" Such tragic cries didn't disappear until the 3,000 bodyguards were completely buried. In fact, when there was only one person left, that person was still shouting with all his might when he made the last slash. "Isn't the marshal?" This voice was very loud. It seemed to be shouting for the great commander's eternal rest. It was to clear the great commander's name and to protect the great commander's reputation. It all originated from the unconditional trust of the great commander when he was alive. When everyone misunderstood, the bodyguards sacrificed their lives to offer a final song of praise to the man they were loyal to. The great commander was worthy of our sacrifice, but his voice froze right there. His body was also submerged in the flashes of the swords. Their blood and vigor soared to the sky, just like their loyalty. Tai Batian looked at the bloody scene and sighed deeply. What a pity! Such a famous general died so sullenly. It's a pity. Chu Yang said indifferently, "Your Majesty is overflowing with camaraderie. It's undesirable." His words weren't polite at all, but Tai Batian wasn't angry at all. She asked why. The so-called famous generals have survived hundreds of battles. Naturally, every general has his own loyal followers. When a general dies, many people will be buried with him, and these people are all willing to do it. This is the charm of the general himself. He said indifferently, if he doesn't deserve to be a general. On the battlefield, this kind of thing is too common. Some generals will even deliberately gather some homeless people, orphans, and prisoners on death row as their own subordinates, because they know that these people have nothing. Even if it's just a smile, they will die for them. What's more, the grace of a new life. Besides, this is a war between two countries and not a civil war within the country, right? Tai Batian asked with a smile. That's right. I understand. The alliance won't pay dividends and won't let the tiger return to the mountain. But as long as I see such a scene, I can't help but feel touched. Tai Batian laughed and said, because there are so many heroes in the world, but I can't use all of them. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then he said, when all the heroes in the world are used by the ruler can only turn them into mediocre people. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. Although it's cruel, it's also inevitable after unification. Tai Batian was silent. After a long time, she sighed deeply and said, that's right. These words were obviously derogatory, but Tai Batian and Chu Yang both knew that this was the way to rule a country. When the birds are gone, the bough is no longer hidden. Who is to be shot at? When the cunning rabbit is gone, if the hound is not cooked, it will only bring disaster to the world. At the very least, it will be an unstable factor. Generals all knew that war was for peace, but when there was true peace, it was when the general retired. The greatest value of a soldier could only be reflected in the cruelty of war. That was all. War needed to raise morale, but peace needed stability and harmony. This was an irreconcilable contradiction to begin with. Tai Batian turned her head and looked at Chu Yang. She said deeply, Minister Chu, I didn't expect you to have such a thorough understanding of the way to rule a country. Since ancient times, people have used the phrase, the bough is hidden after the birds are gone, to scold those in power. But hearing it from you today, I realize that although this phrase is unpleasant to hear, it's actually a true way to rule a country. As long as the bough isn't destroyed after the birds are gone, it's already the magnanimity of an emperor. Chu Yang said quietly. Tai Batian took a deep breath and said firmly, absolutely not. This sentence was akin to an oath of allegiance. The conversation between the two was a little solemn. After this sentence, both of them didn't speak anymore. After a long time, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, we can open the city gates to accept the surrender. Tai Batian heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. The battle here has finally come to an end. His face was smiling, but he was thinking in his heart, we're about to go to the main battlefield. And Niao Chanchan is there. I don't know, regarding the bow being hidden after the birds are gone. This is just my personal understanding. I suddenly felt emotional. Everyone can just take a look. Chapter 389. After Minister Chu took control of the army, he played a small trick. The enemy's 400,000 soldiers took off their armor and surrendered. He ended the battle without shedding a drop of blood. The enemy had reached a dead end. So, Minister Chu had resorted to trickery. But one couldn't deny that Minister Chu's strategy had no problems. He had acted swiftly and decisively the moment he had assumed office. He had continuously harassed the enemy dozens of times in one night. This had made the enemy panic. It was like removing salt from a wound. He had asked Wu Kuangyin to go out and persuade the enemy to surrender. Wu Kuangyin had a special status, so he had personally come to persuade the enemy to surrender. Long Ao would have been despised if he hadn't come out. Moreover, he had sent Wu Kuangyin to persuade the enemy to surrender. This had given Long Ao a vague hint, we can talk. That's because the status of both sides was high enough. Long Ao had reached the end of his rope. Wu Kuangyin's arrival had given him an opportunity to regain his face. So he had no choice but to go out. Moreover, Long Ao had to go out under such circumstances. This chapter is provided by Baidu Tieba of the world Defying Stage Heavens. Wu Kuangyin would have driven Long Ao crazy if he hadn't angered him to death in accordance with King of Hell Chu's teachings. Of course, Long Ao would have lost his prestige in the army at the very least. There would have been a commotion at most under normal circumstances, but he would have lost his prestige in this life and death situation, and that would have been the end of him. So Long Ao had committed suicide. The 400,000 soldiers had lost their leader. They had lost confidence in Long Ao. In fact, they even despised him. Moreover, they were in a desperate situation. So, what else could they do but surrender? Even after this incident, they still refused to accept King of Hell Chu's decision. They thought, I could have done it at such a time. However, this thought disappeared without a trace after they had taken over the army. And they had seen that Long Ao had secretly ordered people to open up a big slope. This slope would have been completed in half a day at most. If the general's thoughts before Chu Yang's arrival had been to wait for the enemy to starve to death and take advantage of the situation, then these 400,000 soldiers would have flown away right under their noses. That would be like a cooked duck flying away. If things really turned out like that, the generals would probably even have the heart to kill themselves. The generals were drenched in cold sweat when they were talking about how to deal with these captives, especially the surrendered generals who had entered the commander's tent. They were so scared that they almost pissed their pants, because Minister Chu had said, "Kill them all." Minister Chu was wearing a black robe and a black veil as he spoke. His eyes were cold and cruel, without the slightest bit of emotion. Everyone was horrified. As the ruler of a country, Tai Batian repeatedly pleaded for leniency, believing that this move was against the harmony of the heavens. However, King of Hell Chu said, "What's wrong with that? Wasn't it just 400,000 people? Since I can smash 100,000 people to death, why would I care about a blood debt of 400,000? Hearing this, all the generals felt their bodies cramp. So, that extremely terrifying landslide that day was also caused by this King of Hell Chu. Oh my God, is he still human? None of the generals dared to say anything. Minister Chu was determined to kill. He even said, "Let them dig a big hole by themselves, then drive them all in and bury themselves alive." Tai Butian repeatedly pleaded for leniency. Therefore, King of Hell Chu seemed to have no choice but to relent under the sincere pleas of the ruler of a country. Obviously, he was very unhappy. Threatening, he said, Today is for His Majesty, otherwise I will kill you all. But if any of these captives isn't obedient, I will kill the whole team. If any of them isn't obedient, I will bury all 400,000 of them alive." The surrendered generals walked out of the big tent after the terrifying meeting was over. Their legs were weak. Their faces were pale, and they were wiping their sweat. They were scared witless as they returned to their troops. Then they ordered. No one is allowed to act blindly without thinking. "Motherfucker! Anyone who moves will be whipped." They also explained His Majesty, the Emperor of Ironcloud, had repeatedly argued with reason. So he had saved our lives from King of Hell Chu's butcher's knife. One could well imagine what the response would be like. Chu Yang and Tai Butian played the role of good cop and bad cop. They pacified the captives and handed them over to Wu Yi. Then they left behind 150,000 soldiers to guard the heaven-splitting mountain pass, and led 300,000 soldiers to return in triumph to the main battlefield. Whether it was the defending generals or the surrendered generals, everyone heaved a sigh of relief when King of Hell Chu left. They didn't know what was going on. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but they felt as if a thick layer of low clouds had shrouded the heaven-splitting mountain pass as soon as they saw King of Hell Chu's black robe. Tai Butian was grinning from ear to ear on the way. "Minister Chu, you played the role of bad cop very well." Lian Lian was also doubtful. "Didn't you say that you wanted to surrender? So, why did you suddenly want to massacre them?" Fortunately, Lian Lian's brain worked quickly. Chu Yang tilted his head and looked at Tai Butian with a strange look in his eyes. "Your Majesty thinks that I'm joking?" Tai Butian's complexion changed. She said while stammering, "Don't tell me you're not." Chu Yang smiled and said in a cold voice, "These are merely 400,000 people. There's no harm in killing them. You must know that these captives may become the biggest variable if Du Qing Ro doesn't get defeated. After all, this is the heaven-splitting mountain pass. It's better to kill them cleanly, once and for all. You don't need to worry about anything." Tai Butian was dumbstruck. She realized that she had broken out in cold sweat after a long while. 400,000 people. You want to kill them, and you want to kill them? Of course, you're going to be the lord of this world in the future. So, killing them all won't have a good influence on you. So, you pleaded for mercy, and I pushed the boat along with the current to give you face, Chu Yang said calmly. Lax. Black lines appeared on Tai Butian's forehead. Lian Lian's face is really big. Tai Longcheng hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights by the time Chu Yang and Tai Butian arrived at the main battlefield barracks. Tai Longcheng was burning with anxiety because of the constant reports of the heaven-splitting mountain pass movements. Tai Longqing flew into a rage when he heard that Wu Kuangyin had left his majesty behind and had run back to the heaven-splitting mountain pass to fight the enemy. He wanted to go there himself. He wanted to chop off Wu Kuangyin's dog head, even if the entire front was routed. Tai Longqing was so angry that he vomited blood. He hadn't been able to eat or sleep well these past few days. Each day felt like a year. Tai Longqing almost fainted from excitement when he saw Tai Butian return. He rushed over to greet her. His old eyes were almost brimming with tears. Tai Butian sensitively discovered that Chu Yang, who was beside her, had already disappeared without a trace. Niao Qianqian knew that he had gone to replace Wu Kuangyin. She felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Chu Yang rushed into Butian Pavilion's tent. Based on Wu Qianqian's habits, Chu Yang did not hesitate to find her tent. His speed was extremely fast. It was as if a light breeze had blown by, and he was already gone. He was about to open the door when he suddenly heard a sigh from inside. Chu Yang was startled. He couldn't help but stop his footsteps. His Majesty has returned. Has he returned? Niao Qianqian sat on the chair in a daze. Her heart was in a mess. Niao Qianshan wanted to be the first to run out when she heard that the army had returned. However, she stopped when she reached the door. What if he hasn't returned? What if His Majesty has brought back bad news? What should I do? This chapter is provided by the world-defying stage Heaven's Baidu Tieba. She was worried about personal gains and losses. She didn't dare to move even a step. The truth was right in front of her. She would see it as long as she went out. However, she didn't dare to take this step no matter what. She was afraid that she would cry when she saw Chu Yang return. She was also afraid that Chu Yang hadn't returned and was dead. She was afraid and hopeful. Her heart was in a mess. She couldn't make up her mind. Suddenly, her eyes darkened. A voice said, "Minister Chu, what national affairs are you thinking about?" Wu Qianshan's body trembled. She didn't dare to turn around. She closed her eyes and opened them again. A slender, jade-like hand was about to pinch her arm. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Then she viciously pinched him. It doesn't hurt. Wu Qianshan didn't believe it. She pinched again. It still doesn't hurt. She opened her eyes in disappointment. She said dejectedly, "It's really a dream, Sai." A voice that seemed to be grimacing in pain said, "Sister, of course it doesn't hurt. You pinched my arm. My poor arm is already purple." Wu Qianshan screamed and jumped up. Her chair flipped over with a bang. She turned around in surprise. However, she saw a distorted face. Chu Yang sucked in cold air and said, "Sister, please let go of your hand." Wu Qianshan looked down. She saw that her slender, jade-like fingers were pinching Chu Yang's arm. She had jumped up and turned around. However, she didn't let go. Moreover, she had unconsciously used too much strength in her surprise. She knew that his flesh had been twisted by 310 degrees. She quickly let go. She didn't know what to do for a moment. Should I throw myself at him and hug him? Or should I pretend that nothing happened? However, Niao Qianshan's eyes were already red. Tears streamed down her face. She felt her heart beating wildly. She was so excited that she felt that it was worth it, even if she died at this moment. Because he came back safe and sound. He came back. "I'm back." Chu Yang smiled and said, "You were worried, right?" Niao Qianshan smiled sadly. She quickly wiped her tears and turned around. She said, "It's good that you're back. Haha, you've made people worried these days." Niao Qianshan's voice had been very emotional when she had started to speak. She was trembling. However, she had calmed down by the time she had finished speaking. She turned around and looked at Chu Yang. She smiled and said, "You're back. I can finally relax. It's been such a long time. I'm really tired." Chu Yang saw that Wu Qianshan was trying her best to control her emotions. He suddenly felt a lump in his throat. It seemed that some kind of emotion was blocking his heart. He couldn't breathe. He forced himself to control himself and said, "Yes, it's been hard on you." Wu Qianshan smiled faintly and said, "You sit down. I'll go get you a cup of water." She turned around and left. The two of them had been separated for a long time. However, they were trying their best to talk about irrelevant things. They were trying their best to control themselves. They were afraid that they would overstep their boundaries. Wu Qianshan turned around and walked out of the tent, but her small mouth suddenly flattened. Then she covered her mouth with all her might. Her tears started to flow out violently, but she controlled them with all her might. She didn't make any sound. She walked faster and faster until she finally reached a corner. Then she squatted down and started to cry silently. Chapter 390. By the time Wu Qianshan returned, she had already regained her usual appearance. Her eyes were a little red, but her whole person looked bright and beautiful. Her style was peerless. It seemed as if a long-lost vitality had returned to her body at this moment. She did not say anything, nor did she do anything. When Chu Yang was not around, she took over his role. She was king of Hell Chu. She was the black robe that intimidated the entire Iron Cloud. She was flawless. She killed decisively for him. She commanded heroes for him. She crossed thousands of miles for him. She used thunderous methods for him. She was resourceful for him. She was sinister and vicious for him. She bore everything for him. No one knew what kind of effort she had to put in to do all this. To be able to imitate a man to such an extent as a woman, she had to have a deep understanding of this person. She had to have an unforgettable impression of this person. However, when Chu Yang returned, she suddenly became the same Wu Qianqian who quietly accompanied Chu Yang, quietly watched him, and quietly assisted him when he was around. She was such a woman. She would never force herself to ask for anything, nor would she get anything. She would only silently wait and silently contribute herself. She was very smart. She could clearly see Chu Yang's daily behavior. Therefore, she understood. Therefore, she did not force herself. Therefore, she would only silently endure and silently love herself. I love you. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. I never said that you have to accept me because I love you. I don't even want you to realize my feelings. I don't want you to feel embarrassed. If you want to leave, you can leave. But I am here. If you want to go back, you can go back. I am here. But as long as you don't take the initiative to confess to me, I will never take the initiative to say these words to you. Chu Yang, I like you. I won't. I am not afraid of your rejection, but I am afraid of waking up from my dream. Because in my dream, you are mine. After a long silence, Wu Qianqian began to speak. Her voice was very dull. Chu Yang, that second martial uncle Li Jin song, I have already taken care of him. Huh. Chu Yang was startled. Not only him. There are many people from beyond the Heavens sect. I have already taken care of all of them. Niao Qianqian said calmly, this group of people will cause too much trouble in the future. Who knows when they will cause trouble? Once something happens, it will be a big problem. So I might as well clean them all up. Chu Yang's mouth became two big mouths. How did you clean it up? Chu Yang closed his mouth after a long while. He only felt that his chin had almost fallen off. He kept gagging. This girl was really good at pranks. To think that he would even deal with his martial uncles one by one. Wasn't he afraid that his father would make things difficult for him? I wanted to wait for you to come back and clean it up, but I thought that since you have been expelled from the sect, it would be inconvenient. Niao Qianqian said lightly, so I thought that I might as well do it for you. Chu Yang gave him a thumbs up. You're so thoughtful. Li Jin's song was poisoned because of his woman. It is called the Spring and Autumn Heartbreak Powder. In other words, it will flare up once a year. If there is no medicine to suppress it, the victim will suffer for 3 days and 3 nights before dying. All of his internal organs will rot. Second martial uncle had always been dissatisfied with father's decision to take charge of Beyond the Heaven sect. So, the Golden Horse Riders department came looking for him at that time. They said that they could provide him with medicine, and that they could help him take charge of Beyond the Heaven sect. So he was easily manipulated. Wu Qianqian continued. Moreover, he loves his woman very much. But Golden Horse Riders Department only provided him with medicine to temporarily suppress the poison. As for the crystal spirit mushroom, they didn't give him anything. They just left him hanging. I see. Chu Yang nodded. Well, when he was eavesdropping, Li Jinsong had asked those people for the crystal spirit mushroom, but it was to no avail. Then he remembered that he had once entered the treasury of Golden Horse Riders Department. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't that Golden Horse Riders Department didn't want to give it to him, but that thing, Golden Horse Riders Department, didn't have it. How did you deal with it? Chu Yang asked. Killed him. Niao Qianshan's face was a little sad. I don't know why, but he had a premonition. He chose to assassinate Tai Longcheng at night. In the end, he was besieged by people from Butian Pavilion and died on the spot. Before he died, he begged father to let go of his wife and son. But after that woman knew about this, she committed suicide. Niao Qianshan sighed and said, before she died, she said, I don't care if he is a good man or a bad man. As long as he is alive, I will accompany him. As long as he is dead, I will go find him. After so many years, I've really caused him enough suffering. Now that I've reached the netherworld, I can finally stop causing him trouble and repay him properly. If this matter was told by someone else, it might have been an undying love. But when it came from Wu Qianshan's mouth, it was as plain as water, but it still contained a heavy charm. Chu Yang listened and sighed. Li Jianin was expelled. His legs were broken. I am afraid. Niao Qianshan continued. As for the others, those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be crippled were crippled. They have all been cleaned up. Chu Yang was speechless. Niao Qianshan spoke plainly, but when she did this, she had to endure a lot of psychological pressure. Chu Yang could imagine it, even if he only thought about it. I have an idea. Wu Qianshan looked at him and whispered, wait until the war is over. If Iron Cloud is defeated, everything will be taken care of. If Iron Cloud wins, let Father and the others go back to Beyond the Heavens sect and rebuild Beyond the Heavens sect. They don't want Iron Cloud to be consecrated as a national sect. They don't want to hold any positions in the imperial court. Good. Chu Yang was full of admiration. This move of retreating in the face of adversity without any reward was really the best move. I have done everything for you, but I don't want anything. But you are the Emperor of Iron Cloud, the ruler of the world. You can't shortchange us, right? Moreover, I am now the same as you. I am no longer a disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. Niao Qianshan lowered her eyes. Her expression could not be seen clearly. Why? Chu Yang was startled. Because you will leave sooner or later. So, I will be the king of Hell Chu for a long time. Niao Qianshan smiled gently and added, the king of Hell Chu of this generation. Her laughter was cold and indifferent. It was as calm as stagnant water. She said, you Chu Yang are only a passerby. So, you are not the king of Hell Chu. You are the king of Hell Chu for a lifetime. The king of Hell Chu of this generation? The king of Hell Chu? The king of Hell Chu? Such an outstanding beauty with peerless talent would hide behind a black robe for a lifetime? Her youthful elegance and charm would be covered up for a lifetime. Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt as if it was being overturned. He looked at her in a daze. He only felt that his heart was in a mess. Wu Qianshan gently turned her head. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. They swept across Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang clearly felt a bone-piercing pain. Then he heard her say, using your identity as the king of Hell Chu to make Beyond the Heavens sect immortal. Wasn't this your ultimate plan when you supported me in the beginning? Chu Yang felt a pain in his heart. He felt as if the pain had swept over him. His mind went blank in an instant. Iron Cloud readied its troops and horses and prepared for war. Tai Butian had returned with 300,000 troops. Moreover, the number of troops in the country had increased over this period of time. So, the total number of troops had already exceeded 3 million. Great Zhao had nearly 1 million troops, but they had lost more than 1 million at the heaven-splitting mountain pass. So, they only had 4 million troops left. Both sides were almost evenly matched. Tai Longcheng's heart had been in suspense for a long time, but he finally felt relieved. Tai Butian and Chu Yang had arrived at Iron Cloud's military camp that night. Suddenly, the great Zhao's camp burst into thunderous cheers. It was like a tsunami. It didn't disperse for a long time. It was as lively as the New Year's celebration. Then a big flag was hoisted high from Great Zhao's military camp. A golden dragon was treading on the white clouds. The 2 words Diwu were swaying in the wind. The whistling summer wind made a rustling sound. Its imposing aura was vigorous, as if it wanted to dominate the world. Diwu Qingro had arrived. It wasn't clear whether it was a coincidence or deliberate. In short, Tai Longcheng, Tai Butian, and Diwu Qingro had been fighting for several years. And King of Hell Chu and Diwu Qingro brazenly faced each other at this moment. This battle would decide the fate of the world. Diwu Qingro's complacent expression was swept away. His face was as calm as water. He stepped into the commander's tent. His heart was burning with anger. He had received the news that Jin Ningkai and the others had been annihilated the day before. This news was like a bolt from the blue. It had thrown Diwu Qingro, who had always been calm and composed, into a mess. He had anticipated that it would be impossible for those 3 armies to be annihilated. However, he couldn't help but sigh when he heard the report. He didn't say anything. The mountains suddenly collapsed and the ground cracked. The slanting valley was filled up. Hundreds of thousands of people were buried alive. More than 1 million soldiers were divided into 2 sections. The outside couldn't enter, and the inside couldn't come out. This is the will of heaven. Diwu Qingro's heart was somewhat heavy. Great Zhao's army was much more than iron clouds on the surface, but he knew that there was a clear difference in the fighting strength of both sides. Iron Cloud was located in the north, so its people were valiant. Except for a few people, almost everyone could fight on horseback, and they could dismount and fight on foot. As long as there were enough war horses, there would be as many cavalry soldiers as there were war horses. On the other hand, Great Zhao's army couldn't do that. It was located in the south. The climate was mild, and the people there were soft and tender. They weren't on the same level as the fierce and rough soldiers of Iron Cloud. Therefore, Diwu Qingro could only use his wisdom to make up for it. However, Diwu Qingro also had a great consolation. King of Hell Chu is dead. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome for me to face the Iron Cloud triangle alone. Jing Menghun had rushed to Diwu Qingro's side with bruises all over his body. Diwu Qingro couldn't believe his eyes. He was a peak king level expert. He had dispatched millions of people to kill a revered level expert like King of Hell Chu, and Jing Menghun had crippled him. Moreover, his body was covered with cuts and bruises. He had almost lost his life. This was beyond everyone's expectations. However, Diwu Qingro had heard that hundreds of people had attacked King of Hell Chu at the end of the battle, and Jing Menghun had successfully launched a sneak attack. He felt that King of Hell Chu was dead, and Jing Menghun was very confident. Even an emperor-level expert wouldn't have been able to withstand that kind of attack. Diwu Qingro sighed the next day. It's a pity that King of Hell Chu wasn't able to fight a decisive battle with such a hero on the battlefield. It's a real regret of my life. Suddenly, a soldier came to report. Prime Minister, a man from Iron Cloud has come out. He's wearing black clothes, a black robe, and a black veil. He claims to be an old friend of the Prime Minister's mansion. He says that he wants to thank the Prime Minister for his generosity in gifting the orchid incense to you. So, he wants to talk with the Prime Minister. Chapter 391. Then, he looked at Jing Menghun with a gentle gaze. Jing Menghun's complexion turned deathly pale. He cried out, "This is impossible." Diwu Qingro insipidly said, "He's here." "What's impossible?" Jing Menghun was in a daze. Diwu Qingro had already stood up. A group of Iron Cloud soldiers were standing in neat rows on the battlefield. They were standing in a quiet manner. The east wind was blazing. Iron Cloud's military flag was pointed straight to the sky. Then it was blown up neatly with a flapping sound. The fluttering sound of the military flag could make anyone who heard it feel a desire to kill. It was a desire for war. 2 fast horses were standing motionless in front of the troops. 2 men were standing upright on the backs of the horses. It couldn't be seen how old they were. They were standing in front of a magnificent army, but they still looked somewhat blurry under the blazing sun. They couldn't be seen clearly. In front of them, a black horse stood alone. There was a man on the horse. He was dressed in black and wore a black robe. He wore a ferocious golden mask. His loose black robe made a sharp sound as it fluttered in the wind of the east wind. Around the black-clothed man, a biting cold aura was constantly surging and churning. He was alone on his horse. But the soldiers of the great Zhao army on the other side had a clear feeling in their hearts. It was as if an ancient devil god had suddenly drilled out from the depths of hell. He had appeared in broad daylight. Wherever his sharp gaze landed, everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness. King of Hell Chu. He didn't need to announce his name, but the soldiers of Great Zhao couldn't help but think of this name as soon as they saw him. Only this kind of imposing manner could be on par with Prime Minister Diwu. Only such a person could withstand the all-out pursuit of the Golden Horse Riders Department, and he had violently galloped for a distance of 13,000 miles. And he had appeared here at this moment. The bugle horn of Great Zhao's army resounded in a desolate manner. The entire army suddenly parted like a tide. It left a quiet and dry road between them. Everyone's eyes became full of respect and fanaticism at this moment. The sound of hoof beats slowly resounded. Diwu Qing Ro's guards appeared. Diwu Qing Ro appeared in front of King of Hell Chu with a faint smile on his face. The guard was somewhat hesitant, but Diwu Qing Ro pointed his folding fan forward. His attitude was very firm. The guards had no choice but to continue to carry him forward. They only stopped when they crossed the line. Then Diwu Qing Ro waved his hand, and all the soldiers retreated. Only Diwu Qing Ro's carefree chair was left on the battlefield, and he was facing a 1,000-man army all by himself. Then Diwu Qing Ro slightly raised his head. He looked at Chu Yang and smiled. His smile was light, but it contained many kinds of gratitude. It was Diwu Qing Ro. If Diwu Qing Ro continued to take every possibility into account, then Ironclad's side would have gone all out. It would have been a long and arduous war, and they would have been defeated in the end. Therefore, Chu Yang had to do everything he could to break Diwu Qing Ro's mental state, and this sudden meeting was his first move. Diwu Qing Ro looked at his ferocious mask with some interest. He laughed and said, "You should have let those 2 come." Chu Yang smiled mischievously. "Come? I would have given you a chance to make a move. Would I have given you enough reason to kill the 3 of us in front of everyone?" "No." Diwu Qing Ro smiled. "They would have died if they had come. But you, I am not sure." He gently exhaled and said casually, "The mysterious King of Hell Chu. The King of Hell Chu who slaughtered the entire 13,000-mile border of Great Zhao." "Ha ha!" Chu Yang laughed. "It is my honor to receive such an evaluation from the Prime Minister." Diwu Qing Ro was silent for a while. Then he said, "In Great Zhao, those 2 Chus were you?" "Yes." Chu Yang did not hide anything. There was no point in denying it at this moment. "Well, you were the one who received my palm, right?" Diwu Qing Ro asked, but his tone was firm. "Yes." "Well." Diwu Qing Ro's tone became calmer. He said, "You were the one who entered my hidden treasure house, right?" "Hidden treasure house?" Chu Yang frowned. "Not you." Diwu Qing Ro asked softly. "No." Chu Yang said, "That was a mysterious ability that involved Jiesen." How could Chu Yang admit it? "Oh, so it wasn't you." Diwu Qing Ro said quietly. He carefully observed Chu Yang's facial expression from the corner of his eye. It was so sharp that it seemed as if it could penetrate his mask and see every inch of his face. After a long time, Diwu Qing rose slowly, said, "It seems that it was someone else." Unconsciously, he let out a sigh of relief. King of Hell Chu is not the master of Jiesun. Prime Minister, you must take good care of the hidden treasure house. Chu Yang reminded him. It would be a huge loss if 1 or 2 items were taken away from such an important place. Are you taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? Diwu Qing Ro laughed involuntarily. Then his eyes slowly became sharp as he said, "You didn't come to see me today to talk nonsense." Chu Yang nodded seriously. "Actually, today I really just want to see what kind of person Prime Minister Diwu is. He is the ruler of the entire Great Zhao and has the entire world in his hands." Diwu Qing Ro smiled slowly. "It is also a pleasure to watch the war." He calmly looked at Chu Yang. "The moment you appeared and asked to see me, I knew that the war between the 2 countries had begun. Prime Minister Diwu, you must go all out in this war of the world." Chu Yang's eyes gradually became sharp. He softly said, "You have a great reputation. Don't ruin it. I will go all out." Diwu Qing Ro slowly nodded. He didn't respond to Chu Yang's aggressiveness. Instead, he simply and calmly stated a fact. "Let's see who can decide the fate of this battlefield. Let's see who can rise and fall. King of Hell, Chu, ha ha ha." Diwu Qing Ro softly said, "Don't let me down. I'm afraid that the Prime Minister will exceed your expectations." Chu Yang said indifferently. Suddenly, he fiercely looked at Diwu Qing Ro. His eyes were as sharp as swords. It seemed as if 2 fierce divine swords were piercing through the blue dome of heaven. Diwu Qing Ro was still calm, but his pupils slightly shrank as he said, "Even if it is beyond my expectations, I must face it. I must win." Both of them no longer spoke. The sun was shining in the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. However, everyone in the army behind the 2 of them could feel that a storm was coming. It seemed as if the entire blue sky was about to collapse at this moment. After a long time, Chu Yang looked up at the sky and insipidly said, "Prime Minister, if you lose this war, your name, Diwu Qing Ro, will be immortalized on this continent. The world will remember the name Diwu Qing Ro. It will become a legend." Diwu Qing Ro calmly said, "After the destruction of Iron Cloud, I promise to write a biography of you. I will make the name of King of Hell Chu a legend of the continent." Both of them laughed together. Chapter 392. Chu Yang's laughter reverberated throughout the world. It seemed as if it could shake the wind and thunder. King of Hell Chu's arrogant attitude was imprinted in the hearts of the 2 armies. The heavens trembled, the mountains shook, and the earth moved. The 3 armies held their breaths. It seemed as if this figure who was roaring towards the sky was like a heaven-shaking god. It seemed as if he could cut the sky and the earth into 2 halves wherever he passed. So arrogant, so arrogant. This King of Hell Chu is good. Diwu Qing Ro chuckled and shook his head. "I was tricked by this guy in the end. He can proudly declare to the world that he can be as arrogant as he can. But I can't. But this has created an illusion in front of the 2 armies that I have fallen into a disadvantageous position. This guy, he won't let go of any opportunity." Diwu Qing Ro slowly thought as he returned to his camp. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head while thinking about Chu Yang's words. This King of Hell Chu's words seemed meaningless on the surface. But in reality, every word he said was aimed at the defenses in his heart. Perhaps I would have been influenced by him if my mind wasn't firm. Immortality, doesn't it affect me? Diwu Qing Ro's face sank. Millions of soldiers remained silent as they watched the 2 separate. They watched King of Hell Chu ride his horse back to the camp. They watched Diwu Qing Ro return. And the day passed like this. The curtain of night fell, and the world became dark. The Ironclad's camp was dotted with stars. The patrolling troops were coming and going. The army was ready for battle. Tai Longcheng and Tai Butian were sitting opposite each other in the commander's tent. This king of Helchu is much more arrogant and overbearing than before. Tai Longcheng smacked his lips and praised. He threatened Duo Qingro. He made Duo Qingro eat a loss in front of so many people. This is an unparalleled boost to the army's morale. Tai Butian smiled and replied, yes. He thought, that's natural. After all, King of Helchu is the real king of Helchu. However, Duo Qingro ate a loss in silence. So, Great Zhao's morale will inevitably be affected. If Duo Qingro wants to restore his reputation, then he can only use his face to do so. Therefore, Great Zhao may attack the camp tonight. Tai Longqing and Duo Qingro had fought for half of their lives, so it could be said that they understood each other very well. It's just that, even if it's a sneak attack, it's hard to predict what kind of measures he'll take and what kind of methods he'll use. Tai Butian frowned. The only thing we can do now is to stick to the status quo. Tai Longqing took a deep breath. In Butian Pavilion's main camp, King of Helchu was wearing a black robe and a sinister mask. He looked like the real king of Hell as he sat majestically on the highest chair. His sharp gaze was incomparably sharp as he looked at his subordinates. A bone-chilling cold filled the tent. Chungang and Chan Yentong both sat straight and expressionless. Their hearts were filled with apprehension. What's going on? The minister had clearly relaxed for a while. Why is his coercion getting heavier and heavier this time? This feeling of oppression was really unbearable, making it hard for him to sit still. She stole a glance at Wu Qianqian, who was standing next to Chu Yang with an ice-cold expression. She cursed silently. When did this Russian granny come? How come we didn't see her? Especially during this period of time, the new recruits of Butian Pavilion were seeing the real king of Helchu for the first time. They were so frightened by this gloomy atmosphere that they almost peed in their pants. Two hall leaders, please report everything that has happened recently. Chu Yang's finger gently tapped on the table in front of him. It was as if the king of hell was beating a drum. Both of them cursed silently in their hearts. Didn't you already know? But in this kind of situation, who would dare to say even half a word? They had no choice but to report everything again. Chu Yang quietly listened. Finally, he finished listening and said casually, so, you're saying that everyone has been very busy during this period of time, right? So, everyone's strength hasn't improved. It's not because everyone didn't work hard, but because they were too busy? Isn't that the case? Chungang and Chen Yutong's faces fell at the same time. This was the only thing that Minister Chu had not urged during this period of time. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not expect that he would bring it up today. This is the place where we are right now. Tens of millions of ghosts are screaming day and night. Chu Yang said casually, now, in my opinion, as long as the war starts, many of you will join the ranks of these ghosts. This is the consequence of not working hard on your own strength. Minister Chu snorted heavily. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. We will soon face Golden Horse Riders Department. Everyone get ready. Chu Yang said casually. Then he waved his hand. Chungang and the others hurriedly left. They were sweating profusely. The minister's power was getting heavier and heavier. Only Wu Qianqian and Chu Yang were left in the tent. The strength of these people must be pushed every day. Chu Yang said softly, people are lazy, and it's impossible for these people to rely on self-conscious practice to increase their strength. Therefore, you must set a goal for them every once in a while. Let them complete it as a mission. This will increase the strength of Butian Pavilion. Yes, Wu Qianqian said. What stage are you at now? Chu Yang looked at Wu Qianqian. Third grade Martial Master. Wu Qian, said somewhat embarrassedly. She didn't know that her progress was enough to make many people dumbfounded. Not bad. Chu Yang said. It was indeed not bad. The martial arts of Beyond the Heavens sect were known for their steady progress. It was impossible to improve quickly. Wu Qian's speed was already beyond Chu Yang's expectations. Wu Qian bit her lips and said, Chu Yang, I want strength. I want to advance quickly. Can you help me? She said awkwardly, I know you have many martial arts techniques. I want to improve myself quickly. The faster the better. I don't want to catch up with you, but I want to break into upper three heavens or upper three heavens when I miss you. I want to listen to your legends. Chu Yang pondered for a moment. Okay, I will choose for you. How could Chu Yang not want Wu Qian to improve her strength? That way, she would at least have the ability to protect herself. Then, Chu Yang frowned and thought. He asked the sword spirit in his mind, Is there a martial art suitable for women to practice? It's more powerful and faster to practice. The sword spirit was sitting cross-legged between the mysterious Yang Jade and the mysterious Jade Crystal. He had recovered his spirit with the help of the mysterious Yang Jade and the mysterious Jade Crystal. Moreover, he had made progress. He frowned when he heard Chu Yang's question. A martial art for women to practice? Well, don't talk about the ordinary ones. They are too slow. Chu Yang flatly rejected. Then there's only one. The sword spirit said, Fortunately, my strength has improved greatly. So, I have remembered many things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to answer your question. What? How about the mysterious Yin transformation? The sword spirit was clearly proud of himself. He looked as if he was presenting a treasure. Mysterious Yin transformation? Chu Yang was startled. Isn't that a devil martial art? Nonsense. The sword spirit angrily said, This is the most orthodox martial art. But someone tampered with the formula and reversed the meridians. So, this martial art must absorb the power of a girl's mysterious Yin female body to practice. But I have the complete formula of the mysterious Yin transformation technique here. So that's how it is. Chu Yang touched his nose. I'm obviously ignorant and inexperienced compared to this 10,000-year-old monster. The sword spirit closed his eyes. Not long after, 3 old books fell out with a bang. Mysterious Yin transformation, technique turning soldier, Yin step mysterious Yin transformation, technique Chiang, looked at these 3 books in his consciousness. He couldn't help but be speechless. He suddenly had a feeling that this spirit-scraping technique is a martial art treasure trove. Also, I must remind you that this mysterious Yin transformation technique will be faster if you use it with 7 Yin cold energy or mysterious jade crystal. The sword spirit was obviously reluctant to part with the mysterious jade crystal. I understand. Chu Yang mischievously smiled. Since that's the case, you don't need to practice the martial arts of Beyond the Heavens sect. I'll teach you another one. Chu Yang's mind turned. Mysterious Yin transformation technique had caused a huge bloody disaster in the Chongtian continent thousands of years ago. Everyone thought that this was the most evil martial art. It's better not to tell Wu Qian, my real name. I don't want to bring her endless trouble. What? Wu Qian's spirit was lifted. Ice Jade Divine technique. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, I'll teach you the formula now. You must remember it well. Don't form it into words. This is the continent's top martial art. You'll be in big trouble if other people know about it. Okay. Wu Qian nodded vigorously. Her eyes shone. The continent's top martial art? That's great. I'll be able to close the distance between you and me. Wu Qian was extremely smart. She didn't need a long time to memorize the formula. Chu Yang was already thinking about the mysterious jade crystal. Sword Spirit, how many mysterious jade crystals do I need? How many? The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes. You only need a small piece to wear. Why do you need a lot? Well, I'll take a small piece. Chu Yang looked at the space. The Sword Spirit was sitting cross-legged in a huge array of mysterious yang jade and mysterious jade crystal. He said, "Will this array work for me?" "Of course it will." The Sword Spirit snorted. "This is a yin-yang array. It can gather the purest spirit energy." "Why didn't you tell me?" Chu Yang asked angrily. "I haven't recovered yet." The Sword Spirit felt somewhat guilty. He said, "Moreover, you have so many good things. Why did you put them all outside to set up the array? You can't do this even if you want to die. What about the small ones?" Chu Yang asked. The small ones also seemed to work. The Sword Spirit was helpless. He had no choice but to grab a finger-sized piece of mysterious yang jade and a piece of mysterious jade crystal. He kneaded them and made them into a strange shape. He rolled his eyes and said, "I know you want to leave a way out for your confidant. Take them." Chu Yang was overjoyed. Chapter 393. This is for you. Chu Yang rummaged in his bosom and handed it over to Wu Qianqian. This is. Wu Qianqian was somewhat surprised. "Wear this with you. It can double your practice speed," Chu Yang said vaguely. "It's beautiful." Wu Qianqian didn't know what it was, but she felt comfortable holding it in her hand. It was slightly cold on one side and slightly warm on the other. However, the cold and warm seemed to be interchanging with each other. She looked at it fondly for a while. Then she put it away like a treasure. "Practice well," Chu Yang said in a very encouraging manner. Wu Qianqian smiled sweetly. She didn't care about the secret manual. She cared about the fact that Chu Yang had finally given her a treasure. He had personally given it to her. This made Wu Qianqian's heart feel very sweet. Chu Yang didn't know that his Xian-Yin transformation and the yin-yang jade pendant would give birth to a terrifying character. That was because Chu Yang didn't know one thing. Even the Sword Spirit didn't know Wu Qianqian had grown up in a place with 7 shades cold energy. Moreover, this extremely intelligent woman was born with the Xian-Yin female puppet body. The Xian-Yin transformation, as its name implied, could transform an ordinary woman's physique into a Xian-Yin female puppet body. Then it could display a terrifying power. However, Wu Qianqian didn't need this transformation. She could directly enter the Xian-Yin realm. This was like practicing martial arts or cultivating immortality. An ordinary person would start from the body. Then they would temper their bones and organs step by step. Then they would go from Hotian to Xiantian. After that, they would reach foundation establishment and become immortal. However, Wu Qianqian's body had already reached foundation establishment. She was just waiting to receive the bow. Her starting point was much higher than most people's. Everyone started from the flat ground, but Wu Qianqian started from the clouds. How could it be generalized? Although she wouldn't reach the level of the master of Calamity Sword, she was more than 1 level higher than Chu Yang in terms of strength. Of course, Chu Yang didn't know this at the moment. This page was destined not to be peaceful. Suddenly, the lights of Du Qing Ro's army were extinguished. Ironcloud's side became nervous. Then, a team of soldiers rushed towards Ironcloud's camp like an angry dragon from the dark. Ironcloud sighed. The archers would quickly prepare, and the arrows would come down like rain. However, the great Zhao's army suddenly changed its direction when it was still several hundred feet away from the Ironcloud's military camp. Then it rolled up like a gale. Then it took a small detour and returned to its original position with a rumbling sound. So it was just a false alarm. Then the great Zhao's army attacked from all directions. They attacked from the east and the west, and attacked from every angle. However, this kind of harassment could turn into reality at any time, making it difficult for others to grasp. Diwu Qingrou's harassment would be more effective the longer the battle line was stretched out. The soldiers of Iron Cloud had been harassed dozens of times in a row, and this had caused the soldiers of Iron Cloud to curse out loud. Some bad-tempered generals even began to curse. What the fuck? How could he let her sleep? Why don't you just charge over and start a fight? In the commander's tent, Tai Longcheng's expression was calm as he commanded. Now was not the time for a decisive battle. It would be really bad if he, the commander, was angered as well. As for Tai Butian, she had already gone to bed. His Majesty, the Emperor, had not been able to sleep well these past few days. Now he could finally have a good sleep. Diwu Qingrou's harassment was endless. The sky had not yet brightened, but he had already attacked 40 to 50 times. Sometimes he would attack from 7 or 8 directions at the same time. Then, another wave of attack came as dawn approached. This time, for troops came at the same time. Alarms sounded from 4 directions at the same time. The troops from the other 3 directions only harassed for a while, and then retreated. Everyone was used to this. They would only use the archers to resist for a while, and these people would retreat. But Gui's seemingly flat army did not retreat. They faced the rain of arrows and madly rushed into the Iron Cloud's military camp with irresistible force. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The number of this cavalry wasn't very large. It was only about 2,000 or 3,000, but every one of them was brave and unstoppable. Iron Cloud's valiant soldiers couldn't even last one round in front of them. Moreover, the seemingly ordinary armor on their bodies was impervious to swords and spears. The arrows were shot and issued a crisp sound of impact. Then they bounced back. They broke through the fences and the defensive positions. Then they split into small groups and scattered with a loud bang. They fell into the pit that had been dug earlier. Iron Cloud's troops were cheering when they heard an orderly roar. Then the war horses fiercely jumped out of the pit and thrust out their spears like lightning. Screams were heard everywhere. The cavalry had split up and then suddenly converged into one. They were like an unstoppable flood as they rushed into the depths of Iron Cloud's army. Iron Cloud's high-ranking officers were furious. They mobilized their own troops to encircle and intercept them. Tai Longcheng stood on a high ground and looked at the Iron Cloud's troops from afar. He sighed and said, "Golden Horse Riders Department's reputation is well deserved." He paused for a moment and then said, "Diwu Qingrou is willing to pay such a price." The other high-ranking officers nodded one after another. They looked at this troop with shock in their eyes. They thought of their own subordinates. How many times would our troops be able to withstand such an elite troop if we were caught off guard? This troop of Golden Horse riders had rushed forward for a short distance, but it had turned into an iron wall in front of them. However, this troop of riders had suddenly changed direction. They had made a turn that an ordinary cavalry troop would never have been able to make, and they had slaughtered their way out from another direction. It didn't take long. It had only been half an hour. Smoke billowed and battle cries shook the sky. Dawn had arrived. This troop of riders had slaughtered their way out of this place and had left behind a trail of blood and flesh. They had slaughtered their way out of Iron Cloud's tight defensive perimeter and had returned to their main camp. They had killed around 2,000 of their 2,500 men. For Great Zhao, this was undoubtedly a glorious victory. Our great Zhao is still invincible. Iron Cloud can't withstand a single blow from us. The morale of Great Zhao's army had suddenly soared. Tai Longcheng's eyes were profound as he watched the Golden Horse riders leave. His face was calm. "Supreme Commander, why didn't we dispatch our elite troops to stop them in one fell swoop?" A general next to him was somewhat angry and puzzled. "This is Minister Chu's decision," Tai Long Chung indifferently said. "It's not the time to dispatch our elite troops." The dissatisfied generals suddenly became silent as soon as they heard that it was Minister Chu's decision. They remembered the arrogant king of Hell Chu, who had embarrassed Diu Qingro in front of a 1,000,000-man army. King of Hell Chu's loud roar had silenced the entire 8,000,000-man army of the two countries. No one had dared to raise any objections. No one knew that Diu Qingro had been standing alone on the roof of the Supreme Commander's tent that night. He had been looking at the twinkling stars in the sky. His face had turned ashen. Diu Qingro had arrived here after he had arranged the assault strategy. He had been standing there for the entire night. The soldiers knew that Prime Minister Diu had gone to sleep, but they didn't know that he hadn't slept at all. Why is this? Diu Qingro tightly knitted his brows and muttered to himself. The stars had only blurred the mysteries of heaven the last time. But why did the universe suddenly turn upside down this time? Great Zhao, which was as bright as the sun, suddenly dimmed, and the Emperor Star of Iron Cloud had always been dim and obscure, but it had suddenly shone with boundless radiance. Diu Qingro was puzzled. The last time I had seen the celestial phenomenon was when the two sides were entangled. It was obscure and difficult to understand, but it's so clear now. What happened during this period of time? Diu Qingro was confused. He only felt that his thoughts were in a mess. He didn't know that Tai Butian would have been so ashamed that she would have been unable to show her face if he had asked her about it. After all, she had saved Chu Yang that night before dawn. The intelligence star has dimmed. A large number of military stars have fallen. The north is shining with red light. The south is bowing and surrendering to the north. But what's going on with the star? Diu Qingro stared at the night sky. His brows knitted tighter and tighter. A star was shining in the sky within his observation range. It was emitting a dazzling brilliance. The nearby stars were dim and lightless. Perhaps they couldn't be seen at all. This was the Emperor Star. However, above the star, there was another star that shone brightly. The Emperor Star's incomparable brilliance was unable to suppress this star. Furthermore, the two stars didn't repel each other at all. Instead, they seemed to be getting along very well. The auxiliary stars should have been below the Emperor Star. But why is this auxiliary star above the Emperor Star? The Master is weak and the ministers are strong. This is a great calamity. But why is it so harmonious? The auxiliary star had never appeared before. So, why did it suddenly appear this time? Could it be that this auxiliary star is King of Hell Chu? Diu Qingro was distressed as he pondered. There's only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that is something happened between King of Hell Chu and Tai Butian. But what could have happened that could have caused such a huge change in the celestial phenomenon? The wisdom star has dimmed. Could it be that Diu Qingro will face an unpredictable calamity? Diu Qingro stood in a daze for a long time. He felt as if his thoughts were in a mess. He couldn't sort them out at all. This sudden change in the celestial phenomenon had thoroughly overturned Diu Qingro's understanding of the celestial phenomenon. He felt as if his head was about to explode as he thought about it. The Emperor Star is strong. It's clear that it's as bright as the sun. Since that's the case, it's the will of heaven. But the Emperor Star had always been shining in Great Zhao before this. The red light and auspicious aura were clearly in Great Zhao. Why did it suddenly change? Isn't this change playing with me, Diu Qingro, for the rest of my life? Diu Qingro's face revealed endless frustration and anger. Heaven, why are you playing with me like this? The Emperor Star has always been in the south for 25 years, but it suddenly shifted to the north at this decisive moment. This is the will of heaven. How can you make such a joke? Chapter 394. 25 years ago, Du Qingro had seen the celestial phenomenon. Therefore, he had shouldered the mission of his clan and had come to the lower three heavens with the ambition of unifying the world. Following the heavens was the way to success. How could Du Qingro have chosen the wrong side with the celestial phenomenon as a guide? Therefore, he had entered Great Zhao as he wished. He had slowly grasped power and had eventually become an ambitious and ruthless person who could command the world by himself. However, the celestial phenomenon had suddenly changed at the time of the decisive battle. This was undoubtedly telling him, "All your efforts are just a joke. You are being toyed with, that's all. The black celestial phenomenon you saw is fake. It's fake. The real thing has only appeared now." This was equivalent to toying with Du Qingro's life's work. Why would Du Qingro have sought refuge with Great Zhao if he had known that the heavens would eventually belong to Iron Cloud? He had suddenly changed his mind when he could no longer look back. Moreover, it was an irresistible heaven's will. How could this not make Du Qingro mentally and physically exhausted? Even if it's heaven's will. I will make heavens will pay the price. However, Du Qingro's elegant beard was stained with blood. His eyes suddenly turned gloomy as he fiercely muttered to himself, "Even if I can't reverse it, Du Qingro, can't be humiliated. Even if heavens can't be reversed, I will bury these 8 million soldiers with me. I want the world to remember the name of Du Qingro." The armies of the two countries frequently killed each other in the next half-month. The war had reached a stalemate. Du Qingro's crafty schemes came out one after another. He created a diversion in the east and attacked in the west. It seemed as if his ingenious schemes were endless. Iron Cloud had Tai Longcheng, Tai Butian, and King of Hell Chu on their side. Du Qingro's strategy could be described as unfathomable. His insight into the war situation was so keen that it made people's hearts cold. Du Qingro had the overall situation under his control. He wantonly dispatched his army. The Golden Horse Riders Department's army was especially unpredictable. Du Qingro knew that his original arrangement was useless now that King of Hell Chu had returned. They would only be defeated by the enemy if they were to disperse. Therefore, he formed another army under Jing Menghun's command. The lethality of this army became even more terrifying. There were dozens of battles every day, but there was no sign of a decisive battle. Tai Longcheng, Tai Butian, and Chu Yang had been forced to separate under his immense pressure. He confronted Du Qingro. However, during this period of time, Chu Yang had fallen into a strange state of mind. Things started half a month ago. Ever since Chu Yang had given Wu Qingqing the secret manual, she had been allowed to cultivate it by herself. But on the night of the next 2 days, Wu Qingqing came to Chu Yang's tent uneasily. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. "What is it?" Chu Yang asked. "Chu Yang, I seem to have broken through." Wu Qingqing was a little uncertain. With some fear and helplessness, she said, "I know I didn't act recklessly. I just followed the mental cultivation method of the Ice Jade Divine Technique, and then I discovered the bottleneck of this mental cultivation method. I didn't feel it, but I advanced to the 4th grade of Martial Master." "Huh." Chu Yang's eyes widened. "Let me see." "Even if you are a genius, you can't be this fast." Chu Yang grabbed Wu Qingqing's wrist. His energy entered her body and circled around her meridians. He didn't find any abnormalities. Unwilling to give up, he probed again. Again, he only found vigorous vitality. "There is no problem." Chu Yang withdrew his hand and scratched his head. "No problem." Wu Qingqing was a little uneasy. "Then should I continue cultivating?" "Cultivate. You should be happy that your strength has increased. Why are you panicking?" Chu Yang said. He thought to himself, it seems that she was already on the verge of breaking through the 3rd grade of Martial Master. "Chuan, Now is the time for a breakthrough. Yes, it must be like this. Then, on the next night, Wu Qingqing came again. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. What is it? Chu Yang asked. This Chuan, I seem to have broken through again. Wu Qingqing stammered. Huh. Chu Yang was shocked. What grade is it now? Could it be that she advanced from 4th grade to 5th grade in one day? Isn't this too fast? Martial Master grade. Wu Qingqing was flustered. She wanted to cry. What is going on? How can I break through with just one practice? Could there be a problem? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. After a thorough examination, Chu Yang was sure that there was nothing wrong with Wu Qingqing's body. Moreover, the Xian Yin revolving technique was also operating normally. He was finally sure there is nothing wrong. Wu Qingqing left with a heavy heart. Chu Yang also sat down with a heavy heart. So strange. She broke through with just one practice. She broke through with just one practice? Chu Yang was thinking, what is going on? This girl didn't eat any treasures. Wu Qingqing didn't come for 3 days. Chu Yang also let out a sigh of relief. But on that day, after dealing with Diwu Qingrou's attack, Wu Qingqing came again. Chu Yang. What? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. You didn't break through this time? I broke through to Martial Great Master. Huh. Minister Chu staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chu Yang had always shocked others with his cultivation speed. Now he finally had a taste of it himself. In half a month, Wu Qingqing and big sister Wu Qingqing rushed to Martial Great Master grade unstoppably. Towards the end, Chu Yang was shocked until he was numb. It was really too fierce. Later, Chu Yang really couldn't sit still and asked the sword spirit. Then the sword spirit was also shocked. He asked Chu Yang to call Wu Qingqing over and let him take her pulse. After that, the sword spirit was speechless for a long time. What's wrong? Chu Yang asked anxiously. I can't help it. This is really... The sword spirit said speechlessly. This is really heaven's will. Heaven's will? Chu Yang blinked. This Miss Wu Qingqing actually has the Xian defense body, which is rarely seen in 10,000 years. The sword spirit said speechlessly, and I originally had a few female cultivation techniques here, but for convenience, I took out the one beside me. And this is the most powerful one. Chu Yang asked in confusion, why? Is it inappropriate? It's not that it's inappropriate, but this technique is completely tailor-made for her. The sword spirit didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You still remember the name of this technique? Xian Yin transformation? Pill. It's the Xian Yin transformation. The sword spirit side. Only after the transformation can one form the Xian Yin female body. And this confidant of yours was actually born with the Xian Yin body. What do you think is wrong? Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. You mean she omitted the transfer procedure? The sword spirit nodded speechlessly. That's right. She started cultivating the Xian Yin Qi. For her, the first half of this technique is equivalent to a smooth path. There are no bottlenecks at all. She just needs to circulate the technique and she can easily advance. Asterisk, asterisk. Chu Yang's eyes widened and he couldn't help but swear. Because of his agitation, he actually said the sentence. And at this time, Chu Yang was still taking Wu Qingqing's pulse. This was equivalent to holding her hand and saying, "Fuck!" What kind of image was this? Wu Qingqing's face immediately turned red. She fiercely rolled her eyes at him and raised her eyebrows. What did you say? I cough. Chu Yang coughed awkwardly and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I said, fuck, after fuck, my martial power might not be as high as yours. Humph. Wu Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. She didn't know what this guy was thinking, so she didn't argue with him. But her face became redder and redder. In Chu Yang's mind, the sword spirit was already laughing. "You're such a hooligan. It's all your fault." Chu Yang flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said fiercely, "Continue." Her advancement now is equivalent to the female Xian Yin Qi in her meridians being completely transformed into Xian Yin Qi. It's almost over, but after that, she has the Yin Yang dual jades in her body. She also has the Xianyin body and can cultivate Xian Qi. This progress can only be described as terrifying. What's the highest level of achievement? Chu Yang asked. Can she become a martial emperor? Martial emperor? The sword spirit disdainfully curled his lips. Martial emperor is nothing. Martial monarch. Martial monarch? Nothing. Asterisk, asterisk. Martial saint? Chu Yang's eyes had already turned into bells. Martial fate. The sword spirit muttered. Chu Yang thought that he was going to say martial saint again. Nothing. At this time, the sword spirit finally opened his mouth. If she doesn't break down halfway and by chance, she should be able to cultivate to martial saint or even higher. It should be possible. But this path is full of difficulties and obstacles. It's easier said than done for a woman to cultivate all the way to the top. Chu Yang was stunned. Martial saint and even higher? Wouldn't that make her a supreme martial artist? His heart automatically ignored the last two sentences. It's a pity that the person who created the revolving Xian technique didn't cultivate to the supreme martial artist level. So, at the final stage, if she wants to go further, she can only create it herself. The sword spirit side. Because the creator of this technique, the Xian Yin martial fate, didn't have the Xianyin body at the beginning of cultivation. Chu Yang was finally really shocked. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Wu Qingqing, whose face was full of anticipation and uneasiness. He sighed and said, "There's nothing wrong with the technique you're cultivating." But when Wu Qingqing heard him say "but," her heart jumped. She asked, "What's wrong?" "But it's too compatible with your physique. That's why your cultivation speed is so fast." Chu Yang warned seriously. "After this, don't let anyone test your physique. Also, don't tell anyone about the technique you're cultivating. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you to grow." "I understand." Wu Qingqing nodded firmly. She asked with a face full of expectation, "Can I cultivate to the martial king level with this technique?" Because, in her opinion, the lowest standard to enter the upper three heavens was the martial king level. So she was very concerned about this martial king level. Martial king level. Chu Yang wanted to say, "Maybe you'll be a martial king level after cultivating for half a year." But after thinking about it, he didn't say it. He said, "Absolutely. And it'll be very fast as long as you work hard enough." "I'll work hard." Wu Qingqing clenched her small fist. Chapter 395. Sword Spirit heaved a long sigh and said, "But you have to go to the upper three heavens or the lower three heavens to reach a certain level. But you can improve in the lower three heavens." Chu Yang frowned. He looked at the pleasantly surprised Wu Qingqing and said, "I will ask for her opinion when the time comes." Diwu Qing Ro had been venting his energy like a madman during this stalemate. Iron Cloud could only passively defend. Tai Longcheng felt that this super abnormal phenomenon was very inconceivable. The wind doesn't last forever. The rain doesn't last forever. Diwu Qing Ro understood this principle. He would get tired and take a break from his indiscriminate bombardment. But Iron Cloud would counterattack at that time, and Diwu Qing Ro would feel very uncomfortable. Why would this wise man of his generation make such an obvious mistake? Chu Yang didn't feel anything about this. He only calmly looked at his 300,000 strong army. Chu Yang was like an immovable mountain, no matter how Diwu Qing Ro bombarded indiscriminately. He was sure that Diwu Qingro had a plan. Diwu Qingro's decisive battle would come when the dagger would be revealed. Moreover, this was a battle tactic. Both sides were tired. Great Zhao's soldiers were physically tired, but their spirits were high. They could see that their mortal enemy could only let go, and they could attack to their heart's content. As a soldier, this was incomparable to their spirit. On the other hand, Ironclad's side was sullen and depressed. They could only withdraw and defend in the face of the enemy's indiscriminate bombardment. They had to use all their strength to prevent their position from being destroyed. How could they not be sullen? But they couldn't act blindly without thinking. Diwu Qingro's army would fiercely gather once there was a gap in the defensive line. Then they would expand the gap and attack the entire army. Everyone could see this clearly. This was because every time they attacked, they would send out 3 troops from different directions. 2 of the troops would be on the lookout, while the last one would charge and attack. It was obvious that as long as there was even the slightest mistake on your side, the other 2 troops would immediately join in and tear apart the gap. The other attacking troops would have an opportunity to take advantage of the situation if they were to deploy troops from other barracks. Diwu Qingro's battle tactic was crazy and effective. Chu Yang had a faint feeling. Diwu Qingro seems to be deliberately forcing the armies of the 2 countries to a point of eruption. Once they are at the end of their rope, they will fight to the death. Chu Yang had this realization, but he couldn't believe it. Why? Diwu Qingro had no reason to do this. Therefore, he could only slowly continue to speculate, and then steadily deal with the storm-like harassment and attacks of Great Zhao's army. The Great Zhao's army had arrived like a gust of wind. Then they would disperse like an ebbing tide after a short period of time, and it seemed as if they didn't know what fatigue was. However, the Golden Horse Riders Department's attack that Chu Yang was looking forward to didn't appear. Minister, our army's morale is somewhat unstable. Chu Yang was in the tent when Wu Kuangyin walked in with large strides. He looked somewhat anxious. Everyone is feeling very depressed. If this goes on, when will it end? Is it our brother's morale that is unstable? Or is it your morale that is unstable? Chu Yang raised his head and looked at him. Actually, I just came to ask if Dayuan, the commander-in-chief, and His Majesty had any instructions. Wu Kuangyin's dark face turned red. Wait. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the morale of the army would plummet if this continued. Wu Kuangyin had a bad temper, but he was also a famous general in the army. So, how could the ordinary troops remain calm if even he was like this? Therefore, some measures must be taken. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He beckoned Wu Kuangyin to come closer and said, "After you go down, do this and this. When the Great Zhao's army comes again, do this and this." Wu Kuangyin beamed with joy. He nodded repeatedly. Then he gave Chu Yang a thumbs up in admiration. Then he walked away like a gust of wind. Wu Qingqing couldn't help but tremble behind Chu Yang. She thought, this Chu Yang is really mischievous. He doesn't forget to play pranks in such a battle. That night, a howl was heard along with the sound of hoofbeats. The Great Zhao's army was like a pack of wild wolves. At this moment, the Ironclad's army suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This gang of idiots is here again. Look, this gang of idiots is running back and forth like dogs every night. It's really fucking cool. Brothers, come out and watch the show. Yes, we are just sitting here and waiting for this gang of idiots to act. Motherfucker, it's really cool. It costs money to go to the theater, but it's free here. The Ironclad's army suddenly swept away the depressing and dispirited mood of the past few days along with the expansion of this discussion. Everyone started to clamor. Then the army of thousands of people started to shout loudly, "Stupid C*** and T. You guys are here. Idiots, are you tired?" The Great Zhao's army had arrived with great momentum, but they were met with such treatment. They immediately flew into a rage. They fought for a while, and both sides suffered casualties. Then they retreated. Then they heard howls behind them. "Idiots, are you leaving again? Idiots, come back earlier!" The great Zhao's general almost fell off his horse. What's more, under the leadership and encouragement of Wu Kuangyan, this group of straightforward men worked together to compose a song within half a day. Then they promoted it throughout the entire army. The song was called "Idiots, Are You Tired?" The lyrics were as follows: "Idiots, are you tired of being driven like a dog every night? Idiots, can you ride a horse? Can you fight a war? Are you tired of being treated like a toy all night? Idiots, are you tired? Ow, hey, idiots, although you are bitter, although you are tired. But our hearts are comforted by your hardships every day. Ow, 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 idiots, you are bitter, you are tired. Idiots, you are a good treasure for us to relax. A good treasure. Thump, 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 thump." Therefore, when the great Zhao's army came again that night, everyone was busy fighting the enemy, but they also built an earthen platform. On the earthen platform, there was a military band of several thousand people. The gongs and drums sounded together, and under the command of the band, 3,000 burly men simultaneously raised their thick necks and opened their wolf-like voices, and began to sing in a grand and majestic voice, "Idiot! Idiot! Are you tired?" The surrounding area was heavily guarded. In fact, there was even a special group of guards. Therefore, the singers were only in charge of shouting as loudly as they could. Their voices were like thunder. This was rehearsed. Tens of millions of people were shouting and singing at the same time, and this suppressed the sounds of tens of thousands of people fighting. Therefore, the Good Cloud's army was grinning from ear to ear. They were happy as they killed the enemy. Some of them were seriously injured, but they were crying out in pain and laughing at the same time. They were very happy. There was very little entertainment in the military camp. So everyone was in high spirits now that there was such a good program. Many people were waving their sabers while singing along with the melody. The great Zhao surprise troops were so angry that their bellies almost burst. They even abandoned their original plan and attacked the earthen platform full of singers. But this operation led to the complete annihilation of the entire army. There were casualties after the battle, but everyone was in high spirits. The usual depressing atmosphere after a battle was swept away. Even the great Zhao's mouths were humming. They were actually looking forward to the great Zhao's idiots' attack that night. Minister Chu's invention had thoroughly solved many problems for the Iron Cloud's army. In just one night, the entire 3 camps of the Iron Cloud were singing, "Idiots, are you tired?" Idiots singing. The singing became louder and louder, and everyone was fighting with more vigor. There was a soldier who had been slashed in the chest by the enemy, but he tilted his head, looked at the enemy soldier, and said with a smile, "Idiots, are you tired? Do you know how comforting I am?" These words enraged the great Zhao's soldier. He ferociously rushed forward. "I'll let you comfort me." However, this ironclad soldier had a carefree smile on his face. He pulled out a saber from his chest and stabbed it into his enemy's heart. Ironclad had been on the defensive side of this night's offensive and defensive battle, and they had gained the complete upper hand. Moreover, several enemy troops had been left behind, and they had been completely annihilated. In the commander's tent, Tai Longcheng was slapping his thighs and rocking back and forth. He couldn't stop laughing. He smacked his lips. "Fuck! This king of hell, Chu, is really high, haha." Tai Jitian was on one side. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was speechless. What could she say? She had nothing to say about Chu Yang's pranks, especially when it came to pranks that only had benefits and no harm. Tai Butian could only choose to cover her ears and not listen. She could only smile bitterly. Tai Jitian had a clear understanding of this. Men are born with a strong tendency to swear, but Tai Butian wasn't in the mood to think about this matter. She was thinking about another problem, a very serious problem. This problem made her flustered. Great Zhao's barracks. Du Wuqing Ro's face was serious. He looked a little pale. This situation, where did it first come from? It came from Wu Kuangyan's barracks. That bastard. The general's face was full of hatred. Wu Kuangyan. Diwu Qingro chuckled. His eyes flashed with a cold light. That's right. According to our previous estimates, King of Hell Chu should be in charge of Wu Kuangyan's army. He smiled faintly. Now it's exactly the same as my estimates. King of Hell Chu should be in charge of Wu Kuangyan's army. Such a strategy is vulgar and seems naive, but it has a strong effect on raising the morale of the troops. This isn't something that Wu Kuangyan can come up with. King of Hell Chu is behind this. Diwu Qingro came to an unquestionable conclusion. The generals were dumbfounded. King of Hell Chu. Prime Minister, what should we do next? The generals asked in unison. Meng Guo, are you ready? Diwu Qingro asked. Chapter 396. Good. Diwu Qingro's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he said, In that case, tonight's raid will be the last time. Dispatch the Golden Horse Riders Department and give Iron Cloud a heavy blow. Then, immediately withdraw the troops. Withdraw the troops. The generals turned pale with fright. Yes, withdraw the troops. Once the raid is over, immediately withdraw the troops. Leave the tents here. Don't touch anything else. It's enough to completely withdraw the troops, Diwu Qingro said casually. Yes, the generals didn't understand, but they knew that Diwu Qingro had a brilliant plan. Their blind trust in Diwu Qingro made them execute his orders without hesitation. Order the infantry to withdraw immediately. When the cavalry comes back, wrap the horses' hooves with cotton and quietly withdraw. Diwu Qingro added, Make sure no one knows. Prime Minister, isn't this too hasty? If we hastily withdraw, we will have to go over this mountain. And once this mountain is occupied by the enemy, it will mean that our 10 years of expeditions will be in vain. Moreover, Iron Cloud will have one more natural stronghold. This will be very detrimental to Great Zhao's unification plan. The Heavenly Dragon, General Yu Han, frowned. Dragon General Li Yi also nodded on the side. He agreed with His Majesty and Yu Han's words. Hasty, it must be hasty. If everything needs to be planned before acting, I'm afraid Iron Cloud will react at that time, especially King of Hell Chu. I'm afraid the entire strategy will change once he reacts. Diwu Qingro's eyes flashed as he said, Yu Han, you should know what I mean about this retreat. Why are you still asking? But the military's morale will inevitably be shaken. Moreover, if we attack back, the casualties will be very heavy. It will be equivalent to perishing together with the enemy. Yu Han's thin face was somewhat heavy and sad. The Golden Horse Riders Department had been constantly making arrangements. How could Yu Han not know what they were doing? Yu Han's body was covered in cold sweat when he saw those vicious arrangements. The enemy had fallen into the trap, but his side didn't have much protection. It was bound to perish together. How could this heavenly dragon, who had always loved his troops, feel comfortable? Therefore, for the first time in his life, he questioned Diwu Qingro's orders. You only need to carry out the orders. Diwu Qingro looked at him gently and said, Yu Han, sacrifices are inevitable in war. Yu Han heaved a long sigh. That night, Great Zhao's attack was even more ferocious. It seemed as if they were covering the sky and covering the earth. Moreover, they didn't stop for the entire night. However, Iron Cloud's side had already recovered. Moreover, along with this violent attack, it clearly conveyed a thought. It seems that this kind of attack is about to stop. Tai Longqing was in the commander's tent. His brows wrinkled as he listened to the sounds of the heaven-shaking bandits outside. Several of his trusted generals were by his side. Diwu Qingro's attack had stopped. This meant that the time for Iron Cloud to counterattack had arrived. Therefore, the generals could not wait any longer. It won't be that simple. Tai Longqing faintly felt that Diwu Qingro definitely had more tricks up his sleeve. He waved his hand and said, "Let's wait until dawn." In the face of Diwu Qingro's unpredictable strategy, Tai Longqing did not dare to take any risks. He would rather give up this great opportunity than act blindly without thinking. In addition, immediately report this situation to His Majesty and Minister Chu. Let's see what they have to say. Tai Longqing made a decision. If the enemy retreats after dawn and His Majesty and Minister Chu have no objections, we will immediately pursue and attack. On the other side, Chu Yang had been standing on the top of the flagpole when the chaos had just started. He had been quietly watching for a while. Then he had come down with a heavy expression on his face. If he had guessed correctly, perhaps Diwu Qingro would reveal his true intentions tonight. However, he did not know what kind of arrangements this ambitious and ruthless man would make. He came down and saw Wu Qianqian standing beside the commander's tent. She was dressed in black. Her long hair and sleeves were fluttering in the wind. Tonight should come to an end, Wu Qingqing said in a low voice. Huh. Chu Yang looked at her. I can feel Diwu Qingro's determination in this attack. Wu Qingqing casually said, there are 3 reasons. First, Diwu Qingro did not prepare an army camp tonight. Second, Diwu Qingro's total number of troops is close to 1 million if we calculate according to the number of troops he has invested. This is equivalent to a semi-decisive battle. However, it is taking place in the dark night. So, people can't feel the flavor of a decisive battle. As for the last reason, it is my feeling. Chu Yang looked at Wu Qingqing with some gratification. Wu Qingqing could see this point. It showed that she had matured in all aspects. She could take charge of a whole area alone. Especially the last sentence that Wu Qingqing had said with a very certain tone, my feeling. It was a kind of telepathy that belonged to a decision-making person. This was already an outstanding and powerful ability, especially when the opponent was Diwu Qingro. This was even rarer. What would you do if you were Diwu Qingro? Chu Yang probed. If I were him, I would immediately attack after tonight's decisive battle if I could expand the results of the battle. If I couldn't, I would retreat immediately. Although this battlefield is big, it can't accommodate 8 million people at the same time. 1 million for each side is already the limit. Tonight is a semi-decisive battle. However, it will decide the outcome of the battle and the direction of the war. It can't happen tonight, and it certainly can't happen in the future. Therefore, I would retreat and plan slowly. I would conserve my forces and make a comeback. This is the best plan. Wu Qingqing paused and said, however, the elite cavalry of Golden Horse Riders Department hasn't appeared yet. This is my concern. If they don't appear, Diwu Qingro will have other ideas. If they appear and can't capture Ironclad's camp, by daybreak they will retreat. You've seen half of it. Chu Yang looked at her happily. He praised, but it's already not easy. The only half that I haven't seen is Diwu Qingro's character and Diwu Qingro's insidious arrangements. Diwu Qingro is not a person who gives up easily. If he wants to give up, there must be a reason. If he wants to withdraw, there must be a backup plan. Chu Yang said slowly, therefore, even if Diwu Qingro wants to withdraw, it will only be a trap. Trap? Wu Qingqing asked in confusion. Yes, have you seen the camps of both sides? Chu Yang asked himself in his heart. At the same time, he recalled Diwu Qingro's arrangements on the roof of the Prime Minister's manor. He slowly calculated. His words also became more and more intermittent as he continued to calculate. Our Ironclad side has a majestic pass to the north and steep mountains on both sides. We can attack and retreat. Moreover, we don't have to worry about the rear. But Diwu Qingro only needs to break through from the front. His path will be smooth. Yes. Wu Qingqing looked at Chu Yang in bewilderment. She thought, "Isn't this something that everyone knows?" But look at Diwu Qing Ro's tough self. He has clearly put out a dragon coiling and tiger entrenched in the wind. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge dragon was coiling over, but it was holding its head high. Moreover, behind the dragon's body is a tiger's body. When the dragon moves, the wind and clouds gather. When the tiger roars, the fierce tiger comes down from the mountain. This is the posture of swallowing iron cloud in one fell swoop. This proves that Diwu Qing Ro has made up his mind to fight when he came here. How can he retreat so easily? Chu Yang frowned. He seemed to be asking Wu Qingqing, but also seemed to be asking himself. But there is one thing that is very strange. Originally, Great Zhao's camp was further forward, but after Diwu Qing Ro arrived, they unknowingly retreated 18 miles. Most of the main camp spread to the flat slope halfway up the mountain. Moreover, it changed from a horizontal formation to a square formation. In other words, after Diwu Qing Ro arrived, it became a dragon coiling and tiger entrenched camp. This shows that Diwu Qing Ro wants to take advantage of the terrain. Chu Yang rubbed his eyebrows and said with difficulty. He paused every time he said a sentence. It was as if he was pouring out his heart and lungs to analyze. This kind of analysis consumed a lot of energy. It was unimaginable, especially analyzing the thoughts of the ambitious and ruthless Diwu Qing Ro. It was even more difficult. Setting up camp at the back of the mountain means that Great Zhao has an endless supply of food. This is a safe method. Moreover, by retreating 18 miles, we can avoid the exhaustion of transporting grain. How can this be called a conspiracy? Wu Qingqing frowned in contemplation and raised an objection. You did not see the terrain clearly. Chu Yang pulled Wu Qingqing into the tent and came to the sand table. Pointing at the terrain on the sand table, he said, "Look, Diwu Qing Ro, set up camp here. It is foolproof. Look at the mountain behind him. The terrain of the mountain. It's very flat. This is also the condition created for the supply team. Even if we retreat, there will be no danger. This is a perfect plan." Wu Qingqing stared at the sand table with her pretty eyes. What if this mountain is Iron Cloud's team? Chu Yang pointed at the mountain and asked, "If Iron Cloud's team is there, then attacking Diwu Qing Ro would be as easy as blowing off dust." Wu Qingqing was very puzzled. How could Iron Cloud's team appear there? If they could, then the war would have ended long ago. This mountain is not high, but the terrain is very flat. There is no big slope. It is suitable for cavalry to charge. If the infantrymen are on high ground, they can display 3 times the fighting strength. As for the archers, spear throwers, knife throwers, and axe throwers, it is the best place to use their skills. Once they attack from the top of the mountain and attack Diwu Qing Ro's camp, there will be meat on the chopping board. They can be slaughtered at will. Even turning around and running away will become an extravagant hope, because running away in a hurry will not be as fast as the opponent's speed. Chu Yang spoke faster and faster. If Diwu Qing Ro deliberately creates a situation where they run away in panic, will we chase after them? Of course we will chase, Wu Qingqing said without hesitation. But what if Diwu Qing Ro set up an ambush on the top of the mountain? Chu Yang asked, "When our army enters Iron Cloud's camp to collect supplies, they will suddenly attack like a tiger coming down from the mountain." Wu Qingqing suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 397. Zhuge Clan. Chu Yang's body shook. He had already guessed that Diwu Qing Ro was a member of the Zhuge clan, which was one of the big ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens. However, he still felt somewhat shaken when he heard Diwu Qing Ro admit it himself. You may not be familiar with the surname Diwu. Diwu Qing Ru smiled bitterly, but the glory of our Diwu clan is incomparable to that of the Zhuge clan. Diwu clan? Chu Yang frowned and racked his brains, but he still couldn't figure it out. He said, "Please enlighten me." The Zhuge clan had 10,000 years of glory and was already a big shot in the entire heavenly layer. But who would remember that our Diwu clan had 20,000 years of glory before the Zhuge clan? It's been 30,000 years since then. Diwu Qingru smiled bitterly, but his voice was still soft. Our Diwu clan was the dominant clan chosen by the 7th generation tribulation sword master, and it was the most important and resourceful clan among the dominant clans. Among the big clans, it was ranked 5th. 10,000 years later, our clan's glory was still the same. Our ancestor, Diwu Qingru, was born in the heavenly layer, and he was outstanding. Plus, he was very friendly with the 7th generation tribulation sword master. So, 8 of the big clans declined under the tribulation sword, but our Diwu clan flourished for another 10,000 years. I see. Chu Yang sighed. So this involves an ancient divine item like the tribulation sword, a clan with tens of thousands of years. It's really unimaginable. Diwu Qingru smiled slightly. His eyes flashed, and he continued. The 8th generation tribulation sword master was born, and the world was turned upside down again. The Diwu clan finally declined, and the new one to replace it was the Zhuge clan. I see. Chu Yang sighed. What a pity. And the remaining people of my Diwu clan were only 2 or 3 youngsters. The others, including several martial saints and dozens of martial monarchs, were all buried in the tribulation sword. 10,000 years of inheritance was destroyed overnight. We had no choice but to live under someone else's roof and be taken in as slaves by the Zhuge clan. Servant. Chu Chen sucked in a cold breath. However, after thousands of years of evolution, our Diwu clan was an intelligent clan after all. Although we couldn't rise again, we succeeded in getting rid of our slave status and became a servant of the Zhuge clan. Furthermore, his position was gradually stabilizing. In the last 1,000 years, he was already able to attend the academy with his clan's younger brothers. He could dabble in anything, whether it was martial arts or military strategy. Diwu Qing rose, eyes lit up. Chu Yang remained silent. This was because he was thinking about Diwu Qingru's words. These words had shaken his mind. Several saint-level ancestors and dozens of monarch-level experts were all buried in the calamity. Saint level, monarch rank. If Diwu Qingru's words were true, then there would be many hidden powerhouses in the upper 3 heavens. When the Diwu clan was destroyed, several martial saints and dozens of martial monarchs died, and this was just one family. However, he would have to face all the ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens in the future. This was the fate of the calamity, Sword Master. Fuck. Chu Yang's heart beat wildly. My surname is Diwu. When I was born, my father named me Qingtian. Diwu Qingtian. Diwu Qingru smiled gently. It seemed as if he was talking about someone else's matter. The Zhuge clan's younger brothers are divided into 2 lines. Although we all cultivate martial arts, there is a strict rule. Cultivators can't be stained with blood. Use wisdom to conquer the world. Use wisdom to cut off karma. Diwu Qingru laughed. Although the Zhuge clan has many strong cultivators in the past 10,000 years, they can only use their wisdom to solve problems. They can't use their martial arts. In this way, under such pressure, all the Zhuge clan's cultivators try their best to develop their brains. Of course, they become smarter and smarter. I understand. Chu Yang really understood. He had to admit that the Zhuge clan's ancestor was really far-sighted. Such a decision was simply wise to the extreme, because it could ensure that the Zhuge clan's intelligence would become higher and higher from generation to generation. Martial arts complemented each other. That is the only way to prosper forever. You only have extremely powerful martial strength and no wisdom. You can only be used as a tool in the hands of others. A person who didn't know a word could become a strong martial artist, but he would never become a wise man. This was the fundamental difference between a wise man and a martial artist. The overbearing way of martial arts is gentleness. Diwu Qingro said, "Every generation of cultivators is an outstanding younger brother of the clan, and in the clan, their status is also very high. So, after the clan chose me as a cultivator, they changed my name to Diwu Qingro. They used the name Qingro to remind me of my identity as a cultivator." Diwu Qingro smiled faintly. "I see." Chu Yang nodded. Only now did he understand why a man like Diwu Qingro would use such a gentle name. 30 years ago, when the 10,000-year period was approaching, the 5 wise men of the Zhuge clan activated a secret technique. The 5 wise men exhausted their efforts and paid the price of the 5 men's lives. They clearly calculated that the next master of Calamity Sword was about to come out, but the fate of the Zhuge clan was not optimistic. So, they wanted to go against the heavens and change. Diwu Qingro said, "Go against the heavens and change fate." Chu Yang was really shocked this time. It turned out that he was not the only one in the world who had this idea. Or it should be said that we need to follow the heavens' fate, but we need to borrow fate. Diwu Qingro thought for a while and finally slowly explained again, and this requires the fate of the lower 3 heavens to complement. Do you understand? Chu Yang nodded. It is to extract the fate of a country through a certain method to your Zhuge clan. If it goes well, it can continue for another 10,000 years, right? Yes. Diwu Qingro looked at Chu Yang in amazement. And this is the reason why you, Diwu Qingro, came to Great Zhao. Is that right? Chu Yang asked. Yes. Diwu Qingro said, simply put, it is to overturn the whole world with one person's strength. Moreover, it must be so huge that even the Emperor's dragon energy cannot suppress it. Then, through this person, the entire clan's wise men will set up a fate channel and extract it directly from the firmament with the power of the stars at the cost of this person's life and spiritual energy. This mission has fallen on my shoulders, because once it is done, this person's life will be sharply reduced, and it is not impossible that he will die. The ordinary clan's younger brothers still care about their own lives, but I, Diwu Qingro, have the ambition to conquer the world, as long as I can unify the world in my hands. Even if I die immediately, so what? How many years can a person live in this life? If I don't do anything, would I live up to my peerless talent? Moreover, at that time I was also looking at the stars' fortune technique. But I comprehended a strange technique that others can't comprehend, and that is the stargazing technique. I could accurately grasp the general trend of the world. Although this is limited to the Emperor's star technique, it was very beneficial to this plan. Diwu Qingro heaved a heavy sigh as he said this. So what if it is the Emperor's star technique? So what if it is accurate? The weather changes at the most critical time, so my master and I came to the lower 3 heavens when we were 20 years old. My master vomited blood and died in order to set up a formation to absorb fate. But before he died, he had a burst of inspiration and adopted an orphan. That orphan was my junior brother. At that time, my master's last words were, "My junior brother will help me complete this task, and then he will die." Only my junior brother and I were left, and we depended on each other. I taught my junior brother wholeheartedly and looked for opportunities. Finally, 5 years later, the weather changed, and Great Zhao became the master of the world. So I came to Great Zhao with a bumpy road and slowly worked my way up. My junior brother was always hidden in the dark, and when I had a firm foothold, he left me and went to Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingro's eyes revealed a trace of pain, but he was killed by you. Killed by me? Chu Yang was surprised. Who? Tang Xian Sheng. Diwu Qingro looked at Chu Yang with a malicious gaze, and said word by word, "That was my junior brother!" Chu Yang was stunned, and then his heart suddenly became cold, because he remembered Diwu Qing Ro's words. Before my master died, he adopted an orphan, and that orphan was my junior brother. My master's last words were, "My junior brother will help me complete this task." This ability to calculate could be said to be heaven-defying. Chu Yang clearly remembered that in his previous life, Diwu Qing Ro dominated Great Zhao, and the most difficult bone to chew, Iron Cloud, was completely destroyed by Diwu Qing Ro and Tang Xiansheng. It could be said that Tang Xiansheng really helped Diwu Qing Ro complete his most difficult task. Diwu Qing Ro's master actually calculated this before his death. This made Chu Yang's heart become even more fearful of the Zhuge clan's wise men. They really had the ability to see through heaven's secrets. Diwu Qing Ro seemed to know what Chu Yang was thinking, and said casually, "You don't have to worry. This ability comes at the cost of one's life." His eyes revealed a hint of mockery. "There are many people in the world, but I have never seen someone who is willing to sacrifice his life when he is living well. So you are also not willing?" Chu Yang asked sensitively. "I have ambitions and aspirations." Diwu Qing Ro was silent for a while, and then said casually, "But I also have a family, and I am only a retainer." Chu Yang let out a long "oh" sound. "You also know my origin, and you also know my identity." Diwu Qing Ro said, "So, I came here tonight to be open and honest." "Yes," Chu Yang admitted, "and I guess that you will not fight with me for a long time in this war." Diwu Qing Ro's eyes suddenly became very meaningful as he said this. "That is not necessarily true." Chu Yang's heart moved, and he said with a smile, "Fast people have fast ways of fighting. Slow people have slow ways of fighting. I don't care." Diwu Qing Ro chuckled and said, "Now there is an opportunity in front of you to end this war in a very short time." At this point, everyone can write their own guesses in the book review. I need to draw on everyone's wisdom, so please feel free to comment. Chapter 398. You mean tonight? Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. "I can see the Emperor's Star technique." Diwu Qingru smiled. "And this time the Emperor's Star shines in the world and stands in Iron Cloud. So, no matter how long the war lasts, the winner will be Iron Cloud. Even if I have the ability, I can't change the destiny." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Diwu Qingru in surprise. He didn't expect Diwu Qingru to be so frank. He said, "You can see the final outcome?" "Yes." Diwu Qingru smiled deeply. "That's why I came today." Chu Yang smiled. Yes, if Diwu Qingru was sure of victory, he wouldn't have come here today. "Tell me your conditions," Chu Yang said casually. "Now you know that although luck is illusory, it's very important to the clan. Not only does the Zhuge clan need luck," Diwu Qingru smiled meaningfully, "our Diwu clan also needs luck." "Luck?" Chu Yang pondered and said frankly, "But I don't understand what you're talking about." "You don't need to pretend to understand. I understand." Diwu Qingru smiled gently. At this time, the fighting sounds outside had gradually decreased. It seemed that the enemy was retreating. But Chu Yang didn't think about this at all. Diwu Qingru didn't seem to care either. It seemed that he wasn't worried at all about being alone in the enemy camp with hundreds of thousands of troops. After a long time, Chu Yang smiled faintly. "You're right, but I don't feel at ease if I do as you say, because I don't trust you." He stared intently at Diwu Qingru. Then he smiled and said, "Unless you can give me a reason to be completely at ease." "I'm here today to give you this reason." Diwu Qingru said calmly, "Luck is very important, and the Zhuge clan's luck is extracted from Great Zhao. But after this war, Great Zhao won't exist." He smiled meaningfully and said, "So, the Zhuge clan won't be able to extract luck this time, Chu Yang nodded faintly, but his mind was spinning rapidly as he pondered. So, when the Tribulation Sword Master ascends to the upper three heavens, the Zhuge clan will be in trouble. Diwu Qingru said, slightly, I don't understand. Chu Yang shook his head blankly and said, even if the Tribulation Sword Master appears and ascends to the upper three heavens, the Zhuge clan may not necessarily be unlucky. As long as these clans are modest and cautious, and don't offend people easily, it wouldn't be difficult for them to become friends with the Tribulation Sword Master. Even if they don't interfere with each other's business, the Tribulation Sword Master won't easily destroy a large clan, right? Ha ha ha. Diwu Qingru couldn't help but laugh. Minister Chu, if you can say these words, then it can be said that you are an upright person even though your wisdom is outstanding, and your conduct is strange, and your methods are sinister. Chu Yang touched his nose awkwardly. He really didn't understand why he would say that. The birth of the Tribulation Sword Master is a reshuffle of the heavenly layers. Diwu Qingru said casually, but why is there a reshuffle? This is the truth of the heavenly Tao. Why do you want to shuffle the cards? Chu Yang asked. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss, but he wasn't sure about it. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to get to the bottom of it. Why do countries and dynasties need to be replaced? Diwu Qingru asked back. Then he answered himself. That's because the previous dynasty had already decayed, so it had to be eliminated. The heavenly layers are the same. Chu Yang nodded. That's true. Any clan that has been in power for 10,000 years will breed many malignant tumors, and these malignant tumors are often fatal. Yes, that's the reason. Diwu Qingru nodded deeply. The Tribulation Sword Master will never provoke the Zhuge clan, but the Zhuge clan will definitely provoke the Tribulation Sword Master. No matter how many times the family had given out orders, the things that were supposed to happen would definitely happen. And once it happens, the Tribulation Sword Master won't be able to accept a peaceful solution. In the end, the conflict will only intensify and become more and more intense. When the Zhuge clan knows that the other party is the Tribulation Sword Master, things will have reached a point where even the heavenly Tao can't reverse it. Diwu Qingru smiled deeply and said, this is fate, this is fate. And the Tribulation Sword Master is the origin of fate. So, things will never stop happening around him. He doesn't have to cause trouble, but trouble will always find him. Diwu Qingru's gaze was profound. Even if he were to sleep at home, someone would certainly tear down his house and force him to seek revenge, to seek justice, and to demand an explanation. And this explanation is not something that can be achieved peacefully. It requires force, and force will lead to death, and death will lead to more and more problems. Diwu Qingru smiled mysteriously and said, do you know why? No, Chu Yang said honestly. In the heavenly layers continent, this is called tribulation, which corresponds to the word tribulation in the Tribulation Sword. Diwu Qingru chuckled. But in terms of techniques, this is called heart effect, and the Tribulation Sword Master is the heart. If the heavenly layers continent is a play, then the Tribulation Sword Master is the main character. Diwu Qingru's eyes were cold, and a sharp light flashed. He said insidiously, and the main character will never have a smooth journey. I see. Chu Yang nodded deeply and said, so all these can only be described with one word, heavenly Tao. Am I right? Diwu Qingru laughed. Exactly. His sharp eyes swept around and saw Wu Qianqian. He revealed a mysterious smile and said, Minister Chu, let me give you an example. If you were the master of Tribulation's sword, you didn't do anything at home, and you didn't offend anyone. But suddenly, a lecherous young master appeared, and this lecherous young master kidnapped this beautiful Miss Wu. Let me ask you, would you let him go? Without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, Du Qing Ro interrupted. Even if this lecherous young master has a dominant clan behind him, and his father is the leader of the #1 clan, will you let him go? Chu Yang was stunned, and then he said fiercely, Fuck! How can I let him go so easily? Wu Qianqian's face turned red. Isn't that right? This is fate. Du Qing Ro said calmly. It's called fate for ordinary people. They can only accept their fate. But it's called tribulation for the tribulation, sword master. It's the tribulation of the big clan that the lecherous young master belongs to. Du Qing Ro had been talking about conditions and expanding the topic, but he didn't because Chu Yang changed the topic. But Du Qing Ro wasn't anxious or impatient at all. Instead, he tried his best to explain and dispel Chu Yang's doubts. This point was very bizarre. Du Qing Ro was patient and far-sighted, but he shouldn't be so patient with Chu Yang. I see. The heavens revolves around the tribulation sword. Chu Yang let out a long breath. Maybe there's a ruler above the heavens, which is the heaven's will. But in this heavens, the tribulation sword is the ruler. Exactly, Du Qing Ro said solemnly. The two didn't speak for a long time. How do you want to cooperate this time? Chu Yang asked. This time he took the initiative to mention it, which could be considered as returning the favor. When I came to the lower 3 heavens, I secretly learned the fate transfer channel because I was extra careful. I set up a small one myself. Du Qing Ro smiled and said, Although it's small, it used up all the materials that our Du clan had accumulated for 10,000 years. Oh! Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Of course, we didn't dare to compete with the Zhuge clan for Great Zhao's fate. At that time, I thought that even if Iron Cloud lost, it still had the noble emperor's aura. At that time, this noble emperor's aura would dissipate between heaven and earth. And the Zhuge clan obviously didn't care about the remaining fate of these losers. So, it was better to let our Diwu clan take advantage of it. What's more, such a small formation has a very small impact on my lifespan. It's only 30 years, and I can afford these 30 years. Du Qing Ro said. So, if Iron Cloud wins, our Diwu clan's days will be much better. Of course, I have to escape the Zhuge clan's punishment for my failure first before I can talk about other things. I see. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect that Du Qing Ro had secretly set up this chess piece without anyone knowing. This guy really wanted to leave behind a backup plan, no matter the situation. But this way I'm also in danger. Du Qing Ro smiled bitterly, because I only planned to collect the remaining fate. So I naturally set up casually. But Iron Cloud is going to win. This is equivalent to heavens will playing with me ruthlessly. When the tribulation sword master dominates the heavens, if the Diwu clan really absorbs the fate of Iron Cloud, then I, Du Qing Ro, will disappear from this world. And the origin of this is the small formation I set up back then. Isn't such an outcome a joke by nature? It's unexpected. Du Qing Ro looked up to the sky and sighed. Chu Yang was also very surprised. He was just admiring Du Qing Ro's unpredictable methods. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this in the blink of an eye. But Du Qing Ro's life is worth it for the sake of my Diwu clan's longevity. Du Qing Ro insipidly said, but this time the arrangement is indeed somewhat grandiose, because the formation of this destiny, especially this kind of destiny that can only be generated by the rise and fall of a nation, needs to have soaring blood energy. Soaring blood energy? Chu Yang was expressionless. He thought, no wonder Du Qing Ro started the war so quickly. But this time, I attacked openly and retreated secretly. This is somewhat superficial. You will see the flaw and may not plan it. Du Qing Ro said lightly. This way, there may not be a decisive battle. If we retreat, then we won't have enough fate, because Great Zhao will weaken day by day, and Iron Cloud will be like the sun. It will slowly prosper. When it develops to the end, it will become a gradual encroachment. Then, there won't be any battle spirit left. Chapter 399. Chu Yang's complexion remained calm. Your Iron Cloud's army will launch a surprise attack tomorrow morning. Then, I will immediately return to the army to fight a decisive battle, and I will give you, King of Hell Chu, a glorious victory. Du Qingro said word by word, I will owe you a big favor today. What if I say no? Chu Yang asked expressionlessly. Then I will immediately lead the army back to Great Zhao. I, Du Qingro, won't be able to destroy Iron Cloud in my lifetime, but Iron Cloud won't be able to unify the world. That way, I won't face any imminent disaster. At least, I, Du Qingro, can live for 200 or 300 years with my martial power. But I don't know if Minister Chu can afford to wait for 200 or 300 years. Du Qingro raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He slowly said each word. Chu Yang stood up. His face was gloomy as he slowly walked forward. He frowned. There was no doubt that Du Qingro's previous preparations were all for this one condition. Moreover, this condition had hit Chu Yang's weakest point. 200 or 300 years. Could Chu Yang afford to wait if this situation continued for 200 or 300 years? He couldn't afford to wait. He couldn't afford to wait no matter how he looked at it. However, these were the lives of 8 million soldiers. If Chu Yang accepted Du Qing's proposal, then the war would end, and the world would be decided. And he would have completed his first big step in reversing the heavens. He would have been able to leave the lower 3 heavens and go to the place he had longed for a long time. His lover was still in the abyss of suffering there. She was waiting for him to save her. His good brothers were fighting a bloody battle for a common future. His master was waiting for him there. Chu Yang wanted to go there. But Chu Yang couldn't afford to pay the price of 8 million people. It was normal for people to die in an ordinary war. Chu Yang wouldn't have felt any psychological burden if Du Qingro hadn't come here first. He would have killed millions of people with his own hands if the decisive battle happened today. Because this was war. It was an unstoppable war. Either you die or I die. But Du Qingro came. He told Chu Yang his plan, the direction of the war and its outcome. It was equivalent to 2 people plotting for the same goal. This was equivalent to 2 people conspiring to kill 8 million people. Chu Yang couldn't afford to pay such a price. Du Qingro seemed to have noticed Chu Yang's urgency. He calmly waited for Chu Yang's reply after he raised this condition. Why do you think that I won't be able to wait? Chu Yang muttered. Even if Great Zhao has Du Qingro, you won't be able to last for 200 or 300 years. If you really retreat, then in 30 to 50 years, I have absolute confidence that I can destroy Great Zhao. But 30 to 50 years, can you afford to wait? Du Qingro didn't deny it. Instead, he asked. He didn't wait for Chu Yang to speak. Instead, he smiled gently and said, Ever since you came to Iron Cloud, all of your methods have been swift and decisive. Your methods are Reiho's methods, but not the way to rule a country. Actually, you can use a gentler method for everything. That way, there won't be any side effects. You don't know what methods you're not using. Du Qingro casually said, As for Great Zhao, you didn't need to go, but you still went. He pondered and looked at Chu Yang. I always feel that all your actions contain a very strong sense of purpose. I don't know your purpose, but I know that your world isn't in lower 3 heavens. He looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang also looked at him quietly for a long time. Du Qingro said, You're looking forward to a bigger world, a world that belongs to you. So, Don't talk about 30 to 50 years. You can't even wait for 3 to 5 years. Behind Chu Yang, Wu Qianqian's delicate body trembled. As the person who understood Chu Yang the most, she knew that Diwu Qingrou's guess was no longer a guess. It was a fact. So, I launched the decisive battle ahead of time. You shouldn't oppose it, but more people will die than expected. Diwu Qingrou exposed a cruel smile. I'm curious why you made such a change. Chu Yang frowned. You said that the destiny of your clan is one of the reasons, but I don't believe that it's the only reason. Diwu Qingrou remained silent for a long time. Then he finally said, I didn't expect the Diwu clan to rise again at that time. I came to lower 3 heavens so that my talent and knowledge wouldn't be buried. I also wanted to be a meritorious minister, even if I'm a powerful minister. As long as I unify the world, I'll naturally be immortalized. What I seek is nothing more than a false reputation. Diwu Qingrou said in disappointment, but I didn't expect that the weather would change just as I was about to succeed, and my life's work would go down the drain. In other words, even the heavens don't want me, Diwu Qingrou, to be immortalized for eternity. His eyes emitted a dazzling radiance. He spoke slowly and softly in an elegant and frightening tone. Since I can't be immortalized for eternity, I'll go down in infamy for 10,000 years. If I can't be immortalized for eternity, then I'll be infamy for eternity. So, I deliberately set up this killing trap. Diwu Qingrou looked at Chu Yang and slowly said, Do you agree or not? It's easy for you, and for me, as for the 8 million soldiers. Diwu Qingrou insipidly said, The lifespan of an ant isn't long. This decision is too crazy. I won't agree to it. Chu Yang said indifferently. His eyes exposed a trace of pain as he said, 8 million people will be buried by my hands. I can't bear to do this. Diwu Qingrou looked at him for a long time before he said, King of Hell Chu, King of Hell rewards the good and punishes the evil. Chu Yang said with an expressionless face, I can kill 8 million people on my own if the war breaks out, and that's because they want to kill me. But I, Chu Yang, disdain to do such a thing. Then do you know that Great Zhao will withdraw its troops if I leave today? Then it will be a war of at least 30 to 50 years. Diwu Qingrou said, The war will inevitably continue for 30 to 50 years. It won't produce any bloody luck, but the total number of people who will die in the war will be far greater than 8 million. You think that you are being charitable today, so you let go of the lives of 8 million people, but you will have to pay the price of at least 10 million casualties in the future. Aren't those living creatures? Diwu Qingrou asked aggressively. Those are living creatures, but I will have a clear conscience. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, But I will have a guilty conscience if I conspire with my enemy to kill my own soldiers, even if it's just one of them. I want a clear conscience. I won't hesitate to wield my sword as long as I have a magnanimous heart. I won't hesitate to kill everyone in the heavenly layer as long as I think it's right. Chu Yang seemed to have untied the knot in his heart. He suddenly said with a clear voice, But I won't go against my heart and plot against my own people, even if it's just a strand of hair. This is King of Hell Chu's bottom line. Chu Yang said proudly. This mental barrier was suddenly removed. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the cultivation of his mental state had improved by another step. Clap, clap, clap. Diwu Qingrou gently clapped his hands and praised. You are indeed King of Hell Chu. You are worthy of being called a maverick. Suddenly, the ground started to shake at this moment. Chu Yang's complexion changed. His eyes turned sharp as he looked at Diwu Qingrou. Diwu Qingrou sighed and said, You don't want this, but I still want to give you this glorious victory. Moreover, I still owe you a favor. This matter is indeed somewhat sullen. Chu Yang's complexion changed. The sound of the ground shaking was very far away, but it lasted for a long time. This was clearly the sound of a 1,000,000-strong army moving out. They have already started the pursuit? Chu Yang asked somewhat blankly. If I'm not mistaken, then Tai Butian and Tai Longcheng's 3,000,000-strong army have already entered the battlefield apart from your 300,000 soldiers. Diwu Qing Ro chuckled. Minister Chu, there have been many topics since I arrived, but I have paused for every topic. Diwu Qing Ro sat calmly. He smiled and said, You have spoken 170 sentences since I arrived, but it only took you half an hour. In order to deal with your 170 sentences, I spoke 421 sentences. And it took me 3 hours. Diwu Qing Ro said, For hours have passed. Moreover, it's daybreak. These 4 hours are enough for Tai Longcheng to react and launch the pursuit. Diwu Qing Ro chuckled. Chu Yang's complexion turned cold. He was about to rush out. They have already set out, and they have already stepped into my trap. It's too late even if you rush out now. Minister Chu, your 300,000 soldiers will decide the outcome of this battle, so it's better not to act blindly without thinking. Diwu Qing Ro said indifferently. Chu Yang was about to take a step forward when he stopped. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Diwu Qing Ro. His pupils shrank dangerously. You schemed against me? I schemed against you. Shouldn't I? Diwu Qing Ro chuckled. Moreover, I wanted to give you a big gift. Chu Yang slowly sat down. He calmed down and said, But how can you be sure that Tai Longcheng will attack? That's because Tai Longcheng is the supreme commander. But you have the right to make the decision. Diwu Qing Ro said, Tai Longcheng is supporting Ironcloud on his own. He has worked hard and made great contributions. Tai Butian won't have any objection to Tai Longcheng's decision. He is the person Tai Butian trusts the most. Moreover, he trusts him blindly. Therefore, there's no need to be afraid of this uncle and nephew pair. Diwu Qing Ro sighed. This was my greatest assurance in defeating Ironcloud. But it has now become a blessing for Ironcloud. Ha! The will of the heavens is unpredictable. Tai Longcheng will eventually step into my plan, and Tai Butian will also step into my plan if he steps in. Only you can turn the tide. Therefore, the variable in this entire plan is you. Diwu Qing Ro casually said, Therefore, I didn't come here tonight to discuss conditions with you. Instead, I came here to entangle you for 4 hours. He smiled and said, With the status of Diwu Qing Ro, it is not difficult for me to entangle you for 4 hours. But the overall situation is already set in stone in these 4 hours. Even if you are the master of Calamity Sword, you won't be able to reverse the situation. Moreover, you aren't, Diwu Qing Ro said slowly. I have been under a lot of pressure these past few days. I have already thought about the ending of the lower 3 heavens. It will be over in about 10 chapters, but I am still racking my brain for the entry point of the lower 3 heavens. On one hand, it is ending. On the other hand, it is beginning. But I have to fulfill my promise. I have to do my best to write every chapter. I have to do my best to make every important character leave a deep impression in everyone's mind. That will be my proudest thing. It will also be my greatest success. And I want to be proud of it. So I can't be careless. And Diwu Qing Ro is a wise man. He can't let him end things carelessly. Even if he has to change his position, he must do it beautifully. Diwu Qing Ro has been dreaming of these past few days, very sad. I don't have anything to do today. I finished writing in advance, but I want to go out and relax. So, I took the initiative to invite a classmate for a drink to relieve the pressure. I am shamelessly asking everyone for votes. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, and evaluation votes. Of course, there are also subscriptions. I hope that capable brothers and sisters can support me. Of course, this is only if you think that this book is worthy of your subscription support. Haha. Chapter 400. Chu Yang calmly asked, "But how can you be sure that Tai Longcheng will fall into your trap?" Tai Longcheng is the #1 general of the continent, but he has been suppressed by me for more than 10 years. In these 10 years, I wanted him to win, and he won. I wanted him to lose, and he lost. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, "Wouldn't you feel aggrieved if you were in my place? Wouldn't you want revenge?" "I would," Chu Yang replied affirmatively. No one wouldn't feel aggrieved about this matter. For a famous general who could be called a genius commander, it was an even more deep-rooted humiliation. Therefore, Tai Longcheng has an inner demon. He wants to defeat me, Diwu Qingro, fair and square. But he also knows that it's as difficult as ascending to heaven to take revenge against me. Therefore, he desires this heaven-sent opportunity more than anyone else. But he is more hesitant than anyone else. That's because he is afraid of a trap, and that's because he knows how powerful I am. And he needs someone to affirm his pursuit plan at this time. And Tai Longcheng only needs this affirmation. Diwu Qingro continued, Tai Longcheng can turn his hesitation into determination as long as he has this affirmation. Diwu Qingro smiled and raised 3 fingers. And I have 3 people by Tai Longcheng's side who are willing to speak for me. Wu Qianqian and Chu Yang sucked in a cold breath at the same time. The generals of Iron Cloud have followed Tai Longcheng for many years, and they have been suppressed by me. Therefore, they will swarm forward as long as someone affirms. This is their mentality. They thirst for revenge. They thirst for meritorious service. They thirst to change the current situation. They thirst to defeat Diwu Qingro. But your identity is special. Tai Longcheng must ask for your opinion, even if he is absolutely certain about his pursuit plan. Therefore, Tai Longcheng immediately sent you a message after he analyzed my intentions. And you are the only person on this battlefield who can stay out of it. In other words, you are the only onlooker. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees everything clearly. Therefore, I firmly believe that you can see through my plan. Therefore, I came in right after Tai Longcheng's messenger delivered the letter. Diwu Qingro smiled. This time, I came in and delayed you for 4 hours. On the other side, Tai Longcheng has been waiting for your news under the urging of everyone. So he must have thought that you've acquiesced. Sometimes he can't wait to chase after you. That's because he doesn't know when he will miss the opportunity. Therefore, it is inevitable for the army to set out. Diwu Qingro insipidly said, "This is my tailor-made revenge plan for Tai Longcheng. It is also the best opportunity for Iron Cloud to dominate the world. He will definitely seize it and will not miss it. He would rather take the risk than miss it. That's why my plan succeeded so easily." Diwu Qingro leisurely stood up. "Minister Chu, you must guard against the Golden Horse Riders Department. Of course, I believe that you've already made preparations. Jing Menghan is nothing more than a clown in your hands." Then he put on his mask and floated out with his thin body as if he was weightless. "Minister Chu, I owe you a favor. I will return it to you if I am lucky enough to meet you in the upper 3 heavens tomorrow. Farewell. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. You and I will meet again." Diwu Qingro's last words drifted in the distant wind. "Chu Yang, what should we do?" Wu Qianqian anxiously asked. Chu Yang remained silent. He floated out and arrived next to the flagpole. Then he floated up. He saw that the distant mountain had already been set ablaze. He calmed down and slowly said, 8 million troops have been thrown into the battlefield. The only thing we can do now is to wait and see. He paused for a moment and said, "Order the army to advance 50 miles. Wait for my orders at any time. Get ready to respond to any situation. Yes. Wu Kuang-yin. Yes. The selected elite troops, the troops of Butian Pavilion, and the experts of Beyond the Heavens sect are to form an army. They will be independent of the 300,000 troops. Wait for my orders at any time. Yes. Wu Kuang-yin had been waiting for a long time. The war had already broken out. This hot-blooded general couldn't wait any longer. He heard Chu Yang's order and immediately blew the bugle horn. The 300,000 troops rumbled as they set off. The collision between Butian Pavilion and Golden Horse Riders Department was about to begin. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions resounded on the distant mountain. Flames soared to the sky. Half of the sky was illuminated in red. Chu Yang's heart was heavy. After all, these were the lives of 8 million people. However, Chu Yang's heart gradually calmed down as his warhorse moved forward step by step. He became cold and calm without a single ripple. This is a calamity, and this calamity has already begun. So, I have to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. That's all. I have to accept it, and I have to overcome it. The 300,000 troops were like a sharp arrow as they shot towards the sky. Tai Longcheng immediately summoned the generals for a discussion after he had sent the letter. However, the generals unanimously decided to attack. Their faces were flushed with anger. Their fighting spirit was overflowing. They had been oppressed by Diu Qing-ro for so long. So, how could they let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? Tai Butian was distraught at the moment. Her entire mind was troubled by another matter. So, she didn't think much about it. She quickly replied, "Uncle Wang can make the decision. I will command the army to follow." Tai Butian's affirmation made Tai Longqing heave a sigh of relief. His fighting spirit blazed even brighter. However, King of Helchu's news still hadn't arrived. Time passed little by little. The enemy had retreated, but there was still no news from King of Helchu. "Supreme Commander, we can't wait any longer. We will lose the opportunity soon," the generals demanded. "Perhaps Minister Chu has already made preparations. Otherwise, he would have already spoken out to stop us," an advisor said. Tai Longcheng raised his eyebrows in anger. He finally made up his mind. Then he waved his big hand, mobilized the entire army. Chase and defeat Du Qingro. Sky-shaking cheers resounded. A biting, cold fighting spirit ignited in the night sky with a loud rumble. The urgent sound of the bugle horn resounded in every military camp. Then a team of vanguard cavalry rushed out of the camp like angry dragons. They then rushed into the darkness ahead. The thunder-like sound of horse hooves continued to rumble as they rushed into the darkness. Then, more than 1 million soldiers rushed out like a tide. The rumbling sound of horse hooves shook the earth. Tai Butian's troops followed behind Tai Longcheng's army and rushed towards Great Zhao's camp. Millions of people moved at the same time. This momentum was earth-shattering. Tai Longcheng's army broke into Great Zhao's camp without any hindrance. Then they looked around and found that most of the troops had disappeared without a trace except for a few wounded soldiers. Great Zhao's army had already occupied Iron Cloud Camp by the time Tai Longcheng had rushed in. Reporting to Supreme Commander, "The camp is empty." The cavalry commander who had rushed in first quickly came forward to report. In fact, it wasn't empty. Those wounded soldiers had been slaughtered under his orders. They had been chopped like vegetables. No one. "Did we arrive too late?" Tai Longcheng frowned. "Quickly inquire." Reporting to Supreme Commander, Great Zhao's army has retreated to the back of the mountain. Some troops haven't been able to cross the mountainous area in time. So, they are hurrying on with their journey, the mounted scout reported. "Chase." Tai Longqing made a prompt decision. Then the cavalry rushed up the mountain like a tide. Tai Longcheng's cavalry continued to chase after Great Zhao's camp. Tai Longcheng's reinforcements entered Great Zhao's camp. Tai Butian's vanguard troops also arrived outside the camp. At this time, suddenly the sound of horns resounded from the mountaintops in all directions. Then a large number of Great Zhao's cavalrymen rushed down from the mountaintops with a loud, rumbling sound. They drew their bows and knocked their arrows halfway down and aimed at the sky. Shoot! Hundreds of thousands of arrows were shot at the same time. The whooshing sound was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. The densely packed arrows flew into the sky. The sky looked as if it had been dyed with ink. Ambush! Tai Longcheng sneered. How could he not expect an ambush, since he had come to chase after them? Great Zhao's army stabilized their footing after a brief moment of panic. Then they looked for cover on the mountain walls. Simultaneously, their formation changed into a defensive one. Diwuqing Ro, I've been prepared for this move of yours. Tai Longcheng laughed loudly. Kill! Countless Great Zhao's cavalry rushed down from the mountaintop with a loud roar. Tai Longcheng's complexion changed. His eyes shone with an incredulous light. Decisive battle? He had expected that Diwuqing Ro might have set up an ambush, but he hadn't expected that Diwuqing Ro would choose to launch a decisive battle at this time after abandoning all his military supplies. The Great Zhao's army was swarming in like a swarm. It was clear that the entire army was involved in this battle. The vanguard cavalry of the two countries collided with each other in the blink of an eye. Everyone pulled out their sabers at the same time. The entire dark sky was illuminated by the flashing saber lights. Then their faces turned ferocious as they roared. Then they spurred their horses and rushed into the enemy's ranks. The two groups of cavalry were advancing in a frenzy. It was unknown whether they were friends or foes. They fell off their horses and got trampled into meat paste. But no one cared. There was only one thought in everyone's heart: kill the enemy. Rush out of the enemy's big formation and pierce through it. Then turn around and kill. Kill! Hundreds of thousands of people shouted at the same time. It seemed as if the blue sky had been scared out of its wits. A ray of light appeared on the horizon at this moment. The neighing of the war horses, the screams, the roars, and the sounds of collisions resounded. The vanguard cavalry of Iron Cloud had rushed into the belly of Great Zhao's cavalry, and Great Zhao's cavalry had also rushed into the middle of Iron Cloud's cavalry. There was no strategy to speak of at this moment. There was only killing, killing, killing. All the so-called martial arts techniques were completely useless in this kind of battle. Heads soared to the sky unceasingly. Severed limbs were flying in the sky unceasingly. War horses were falling down unceasingly. Dozens of people were losing their lives every minute and every second. Everyone had fallen into a frenzy. This was a crazy war. Chapter 401. Countless banners fluttered in the wind and whistled as they rushed into the battlefield. Millions of soldiers roared as they rushed into the battlefield. Great Zhao's military camp had turned into a battlefield. More than 1 million people were fighting with each other. They were wielding their swords and slashing at each other. Suddenly there was a flash of fire. Suddenly the entire military camp was filled with electric sparks. Then there was a loud rumbling sound, and an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted in the heart of Great Zhao's military camp. The violent explosion had blown a hole of several hundred feet in the heart of the camp. Everyone in the heart of the camp, regardless of whether they were friends or foes, regardless of their rank, was blown up into the sky and scattered into pieces of flesh. Then the entire military camp suddenly caught on fire. The fire was raging and quickly spread. It had spread over 500 miles in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it was still rapidly expanding to the surroundings. Bursts of yellow smoke and black fog soared into the sky and rapidly spread over the entire battlefield in this windless and cloudless weather. This smoke was obviously added with something. Everyone who smelled the yellow smoke felt dizzy. Moreover, their minds seemed to have fallen into an inexplicable confusion. They screamed wildly and waved their swords madly. They didn't care if they were friends or foes, and started to fight in a chaotic manner. The black smoke rose and spread. Everyone who smelled it felt powerless. It seemed that they couldn't even control their eyelids. Their weapons fell to the ground with a clang sound. They could only look at the enemy's snow-white swords with a terrified look on their faces as they slashed at their bodies. The green smoke rolled and rose. Everyone who smelled it felt excited. It seemed as if their bodies had suddenly become congested with blood. They used their inexhaustible strength and roared as they slashed at their enemies. The thick purple smoke blew out. Everyone who smelled it felt as if they were in a dreamland. Moreover, the blood vessels in their bodies surged. They suddenly lifted their tents and found themselves surrounded by beautiful women. They couldn't help but shout excitedly and pounce on them like perverts. Obscene laughter, strange cries, and screams of struggle, these sounds were unbearable to the eyes. These things turned out to be all kinds of drugs that the Golden Horse Riders Department had spent more than 10 years to collect. Some of them were smokes that could make people feel powerless. Some are poisons and some are aphrodisiacs. All in all, there were all kinds of poisonous smokes that could make people lose their bearings here. Furthermore, as it burned, it continued to emit, and there was more and more poisonous smoke. And as it rose, it kept drifting towards the mountains. However, it was blocked by the bandits and drifted back, continuing to cover the sky above the battlefield. It was as if there was a huge magnet here that kept the poisonous smoke from drifting away. Towards the end of the war, there was no organization and discipline. Everyone was killing based on their instincts. Whether it was the generals or the soldiers, they had all fallen into a state of confusion. Inside Diwu Qingrou's tent, Jingmeng Han was fully clothed. He was counting the time. Finally, he stood up and shouted, "It's time for us to move out." All members of the Golden Horse Riders Department were to assemble and attack. Target, King of Hell Chu. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Jingmeng Han was about to stride out when someone suddenly shouted angrily from outside, "How can this be? I want to see the Prime Minister. I want to see the Prime Minister." It was the general of the Heavenly Dragon, Yu Han. He had rushed inside while speaking. He bumped into Jingmeng Han. "King-level expert Jing, where's the Prime Minister?" "The Prime Minister isn't here. If you have something to say, tell me," Jingmeng Han replied coldly. "What's going on?" Yu Han angrily pointed at the chaotic battlefield at the foot of the mountain. His eyes were bloodshot. "What kind of a shameful way of fighting is this?" "General Yu, what are you talking about?" Jingmeng Han looked at him with dissatisfaction. "I only want to ask, who gave the order to blow up the camp?" Yu Han asked with grief and indignation. "It was me. I, Jingmeng Han, gave the order. The Golden Horse Riders Department carried it out." "What's wrong?" Jingmeng Han snorted and asked. "What's wrong?" Yu Han roared in anger. Suddenly, he grabbed Jingmeng Han's lapel. He clenched his teeth and asked, "Why? Why did you do this?" "This is the Prime Minister's order. You can ask Prime Minister Diwu if you have any doubts." Jingmeng Han looked at Yu Han's hand and said in an ice-cold voice, "Let go! Bastard!" Yu Han was extremely indignant. He suddenly slapped Jingmeng Han's face and said angrily, "You could have detonated the explosives ahead of time. That way, Iron Cloud would have borne the brunt of the explosion and the smoke." Why did you have to detonate the explosives after our people had rushed in? This is a crime. Yuhan screamed in grief and indignation. Ironcloud is finished, but we're also finished. Do you know that? You son of a bitch. Those are my brothers. My soldiers. My soldiers. Jing Menghan reached out his hand and stroked the place where he had been slapped. His eyes were like an eagle's. They contained suppressed anger and a faint murderous intention. General you don't have the right to speak in this matter. I, Jing Menghan, have a good grasp of the timing. It was also the Prime Minister's arrangement. Now you let go. I won't haggle over the fact that you slapped me. Yuhan angrily shouted. I slapped you? Bastard. Even if I cut you to pieces, it won't be enough to compensate for your heinous crimes. This is murder. This is a deliberate rebellion. I want to see the Prime Minister. I want to see Diwu Qingro. The murderous intention in Jing Menghan's eyes grew more and more intense. General Yu, there are some things that you can't say. Yuhan pulled out his sword with a clang sound. Then he crazily rushed towards Jing Menghan and slashed at him. He cursed, You executioner, you and Diwu Qingro are executioners. Suddenly, Jing Menghan reached out and grabbed his neck. He lifted his tall and sturdy body up. He clenched his teeth and fiercely said, Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Your soldiers? Can't your soldiers be killed? Don't tell me you have a lot of face. Do you believe that I won't kill you as well? Yuhan struggled with all his might. You dare! Kill me if you have the guts. If you don't kill me, Jing Menghan, I will. Suddenly a kacha sound was heard. Yuhan's neck was bent to one side. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Jing Menghan in disbelief. Then the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Only a pair of stiff eyes were left. They were full of anger and hatred. Unexpectedly, Jing Menghan had already broken his neck. Everyone in the tent suddenly cried out in alarm. Then they became dumbstruck. Jing Menghan has beaten a general to death. You're overestimating your capabilities. Jing Menghan coldly snorted. He casually tossed Yuhan's corpse far away and said, Follow me. We're going to kill King of Hell Chu. The news of Yuhan's death at the hands of the Iron Cloud's assassins soon spread throughout the great Zhao's barracks. Yuhan's 100,000-strong army was the only unit that Diwu Qingro had left behind to bring up the rear. Moreover, Yuhan was a man of virtue and prestige. He loved his soldiers very much. So, he had always been supported by the soldiers. Now that Yuhan had died, the army had no leader. So, it had become even more chaotic. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers wept at the same time. Take revenge for the great commander. Kill all of those ironclad bastards. Someone suddenly yelled out crazily with tears streaming down his face. Go, kill those bastards. Dozens of people galloped out of the ranks on their horses. They then rushed towards the battlefield in a frenzy. Take revenge for the great commander. A rumbling sound was heard. Thousands of people rushed out in a frenzy. Rush up. Tears streamed down the deputy general's face as he clenched his teeth. Kill them ruthlessly. A rumbling sound was heard as the 100,000-strong army rushed up the hillside. Then they rushed down like a sudden waterfall. The 30,000-strong cavalry of the Golden Horse Riders Department also rushed in another direction as these people rushed down the hillside. The hilltop had been densely packed with people a moment ago. But it had become empty now. A cool breeze blew, and a burst of thick smoke drifted over and covered the hilltop. The thick smoke dispersed, and a black-robed figure appeared on the hilltop. He looked down at the battlefield in full swing and heard the earth-shaking battle cries. Diwu Qing Ro crossed his hands behind his back. His eyes were calm and gentle as he looked down. It was as if the bloody tragedy below had nothing to do with him. His black robe was fluttering in the wind. Diwu Qing Ro's beard was also gently fluttering. His face was calm and cool. He looked like an immortal. He looked like this for a long time. Then he gently sighed. He took out an invisible mound from his bosom and placed it on his palm. He stared at it for a long time. Then he opened his palm and softly said, "Go." The invisible mound flapped its wings and flew up with a flapping sound. It circled in the air and then disappeared without a trace, as if it had melted into the air. This was a message for Yin Wu Fa, Yin Wu Tian, and the others who were guarding the great Zhao Prefecture's capital. Diwu Qing Ro had only written a few sentences on the message that the invisible mound had carried. Wash the prefecture with blood. Exterminate the imperial clan. Then Diwu Qing Ro's seal appeared. Diwu Qing Ro faintly smiled as he looked at the disappearance of the invisible mound. He looked in Chu Yang's direction and softly said in his heart, "King of Hell Chu, I owe you. But don't forget that you also owe me. You and I will meet again in the upper 3 heavens. At that time, haha." Then he took a deep breath and looked at the battlefield. Then he turned his head and looked at the direction of the great Zhao Prefecture. There was reluctance and unwillingness in his eyes, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just let out a long sigh. After a long time, Diwu Qing Ro spoke in a sad and low voice. It seemed as if he was talking in a dream. "The lower 3 heavens is over. I'm afraid that I, Diwu Qing Ro, will never return to this place in this lifetime." The sky was getting brighter and brighter. The morning wind was also gradually blowing. It was getting stronger and stronger. The poisonous smoke that had originally shrouded the battlefield seemed to have completed its mission. It began to slowly drift away. The poisonous smoke was disappearing faster and faster along with the sound of the wind. A gust of wind came, and the smoke rushed to the summit. It shrouded Diwu Qing Ro's thin figure. The thick smoke dispersed, and Diwu Qing Ro's figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 402. The situation of the battle became even more chaotic. Yu Han's army rushed in, and a part of them got drugged by the poisonous smoke. These people were already extremely sad and indignant, so they became even more berserk. It seemed as if millions of people had lost their minds and were fiercely rushing in to kill. Tai Butian had also rushed in with Shadow and the army in the beginning, but she had felt that something was wrong when she had discovered that the poisonous smoke was rising everywhere. So the 2 shadows had risked their lives to rescue Tai Butian. Thick smoke floated in the air. People had lost their minds and had rushed into the battlefield. However, Tai Butian and the 2 shadows were safe and sound. Tai Butian's chest would flash with a hazy radiance every time the thick smoke floated over, and her body would be shrouded in this radiance. Shadow was also doing the same. The 3 of them were flabbergasted, but they later discovered that the mysterious yang jade had taken effect. This piece of mysterious yang jade had such a function. Everything was fine after they had withdrawn from the battlefield. However, the bloody smell that had soared to the sky still made Tai Butian uncomfortable. Her complexion had turned pale, and she felt nauseous in her chest. She retched several times. Then she walked a little further away. Then she finally calmed down. Shadow looked at Tai Butian with a strange and worried look in his eyes. Only several tens of thousands of people had followed Tai Butian to protect her. The battlefield wasn't far away, so it wouldn't take long for them to rush over here. However, Tai Butian was the most important person in the battlefield. Even millions of soldiers of Great Zhao's army didn't look in her direction. Tai Butian calmed herself down. Then She focused her eyes on the battlefield. She looked at the surrounding terrain and suddenly realized something. A look of deep worry and unbearable worry appeared on her face. Duo Qingro had set up the 7 Killings Great Array with his own camp and this mountain as the dragon's spine. This Duo Qingro is very vicious. 7 Killings Great Array. Shadow was puzzled. The 7 Slaughters Array, as its name suggests, is the most ferocious killing array. It needs the power of living beings to activate it. The more people die in this array, the greater the power of the array. Moreover, Duo Qingro had arranged so many drugs inside, so it made it even more difficult for people to retreat. In the end, the entire army was wiped out. Taibu Tian's complexion changed as he said this. Shadow, you enter the array immediately. Tell Uncle Wang to withdraw immediately. As for the rest of the soldiers, withdraw as many as you can. The formation has already been completed. If we continue to stay here, we will only lose our lives. Ying nodded and leaped up, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the army formation. Tai Butian watched worriedly. Suddenly, he let out a huge sigh. The lives of 8 million people. Duo Qingru, what exactly are you trying to do? Why did you make such a crazy decision? Right now, Tai Butian naturally didn't know that Duo Qingru had already left this place. The green robe that had once awed the entire lower 3 heavens had already drifted to a faraway place after a long time, and rushed out with a person on his back. His entire body was bathed in blood. He was Tai Longcheng, a famous general of his generation. However, he had already fainted. What's wrong? Tai Butian was shocked. I was the one who knocked him out. Ying laughed dryly. He was also charmed. That's good. Tai Butian let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked in another direction. Why haven't we seen Minister Chu's troops yet? Minister Chu is extremely intelligent. He has foresight. I'm afraid that he has anticipated the situation here. That's why he hasn't moved. However, I'm afraid that our Ironclad's most elite military strength is only left with Minister Chu's 300,000 troops. Inside, Tai Butian's eyes flashed with a trace of comfort and pride. Then he insipidly said, Minister Chu always makes people feel at ease. Ying and Ying looked at each other. They both saw a trace of different emotions in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats was heard. A group of cavalry rushed over like a whirlwind. The leader shouted, We are Minister Chu. May I ask if His Majesty is well? His Majesty is well. What's the situation on Minister Chu's side? Ying replied loudly. Minister Chu is in a confrontation with the Golden Horse Riders Department. Minister Chu said that he will try his best to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department. As long as His Majesty is well, this war is already won. That person replied loudly. Minister Chu, take care of yourself. Tai Butian replied loudly. Yes, this subordinate will remember. The person who had arrived suddenly pulled the reins of his horse. The horse neighed and suddenly changed direction. It turned around and rushed back the way it had come. Minister Chu is indeed a conscientious person, Ying said meaningfully. Tai Butian's eyes revealed a trace of sweetness, but he understood in his heart. Chu Yang must have known about the situation here. That's why he's concerned about my safety. It's just as he said. Everyone is inside the 7 Killings Great Array. Even if there are survivors, there won't be many of them. As for Ironclad, it's a victory as long as I'm still alive. That's because I still have Chu Yang's 300,000 troops, and Duo Qingro has already thrown all his troops into the battle. Meanwhile, Chu Yang's Iron Bucket Formation was in a confrontation with the Golden Horse Riders Department's cavalry. Chu Yang wouldn't rashly start a decisive battle before Tai Butian's news came back. This made Jing Meng Hun very sullen. king of Hell Chu. Jing Meng Hun roared, "Come and fight me to the death!" Chu Yang ignored him. Eventually, the messenger rushed back. He brought back the news that Chu Yang had been longing for. His Majesty is well. Chu Yang felt relieved. Tai Butian is well. So, the only thing left is to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department. I believe that there won't be any other forces as long as I get rid of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Are you ready? Chu Yang asked. I'm ready. Wu Kuangyun's face flushed with excitement. I can finally move unhindered on the battlefield. He had been holding back for a long time because he couldn't personally go into battle. I'm not asking you. Chu Yang looked at Qin Yutong and the others. I'm ready, Ching Ong said loudly. What about me? Wu Kuangyun stared blankly and asked anxiously. You take the army and go to help His Majesty. You're needed there. As for the Golden Horse Riders Department, leave it to me. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions when he said the words His Majesty. Chu Yang naturally had a plan to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department, but he knew some things that he hadn't known before because of his plan. Chu Yang's plan was poison. Give them a taste of their own medicine. He had specially studied the nearby terrain for this purpose, and he had finally set his target at a small lake 350 kilometers away. Chu Yang's plan was to turn the entire lake into poisonous water. Then he would lure the Golden Horse Riders Department there. This would cause Jing Meng Hun to lose a lot of his military strength. Then he would use this method one after another, and he would be able to wear down Jing Meng Hun no matter what he did. Chu Yang didn't even think about a frontal battle. Chu Yang and the troops he led were just bait. Tai Longqing was full of resentment towards Diwu Qingro. Therefore, he would do anything to defeat Diwu Qingro. Jing Meng Hun was also full of resentment towards King Ran of Chu. In fact, it was an irreconcilable hatred. Jing Meng Hun would kill Chu Yang as long as he had the opportunity. Therefore, Diwu Qingro had specifically assigned Jing Meng Hun to Chu Yang. He had given Jing Meng Hun a mission: kill King of Hell Chu. You don't have to worry about anything else. You just have to lead the Golden Horse Riders Department and kill King of Hell Chu. Jing Meng Hun had received such an order. However, it was also in line with Chu Yang's thoughts. Chu Yang had naturally thought of using the poisonous Flood Dragon's poison when he had chosen the poison to use. However, the sword spirit had firmly stopped him. That was because the poisonous Flood Dragon's poison would have been poisonous for countless years if he had used it. Who knew how many people would have died if that had happened? Moreover, many of Jing Meng Hun's subordinates had already lost their lives to the poisonous Flood Dragon's poison. Therefore, the sword spirit had recommended another poison to Chu Yang. You can use the Lust Flood Dragon's poison. It's much better than the poisonous Flood Dragon's poison. Lust Flood Dragon. Chu Yang asked blankly, "What's a Lust Flood Dragon?" This sentence made the sword spirit widen his eyes. It can't be, right? You've been poisoned by the Lust Flood Dragon's aphrodisiac. But you're still saying that you don't know? How did you get rid of it? I've been poisoned by the aphrodisiac. Chu Yang was even more at a loss. Do you remember that you had encountered 2 big snakes when you had met Jing Meng Hun in the last stage of your escape? One of them had fiercely blown a puff of pink smoke at you. The sword spirit was helpless. How can this guy not know anything? Chu Yang suddenly remembered when the sword spirit said this. Yes, there was such a thing. That was the Lust Flood Dragon, the sword spirit said. He then explained the characteristics of the Lust Flood Dragon. The more he explained, the bigger Chu Yang's mouth opened. In the end, he was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. You're thinking that I've been poisoned? Chu Yang asked in a daze. Yes, The sword spirit affirmed. You mean that there's no other way to get rid of this aphrodisiac apart from sexual intercourse? The 5 of them would have taken advantage of this opportunity to fester and die? Chu Yang asked while stammering. Exactly. The sword spirit affirmed again. But why didn't I die? Chu Yang's eyes were lifeless. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. How do I know? I was also unconscious at that time, the sword spirit replied in a discontented manner. Is there really no other way? Chu Yang wanted to cry. Doesn't that mean that my pure and spotless body, I don't have any chastity? Cough, cough, cough. But the problem is, who opened the bud for me? I couldn't do anything even if I was awake. I could have suppressed the aphrodisiac at most and prolonged it for a while, but it would have eventually been resolved through this channel. The sword spirit helplessly said. Chu Yang sat down. His face was pale. The sword spirit reminded him. So, there must have been a woman who had sex with you. Chu Yang covered his face. But who is that? He remembered that Tai Bu Tian was a man and there were 2 shadows. Could it be shadows? Chu Yang shuddered as he recalled the rigid face of the female shadow. But then he concluded that it wasn't the case. If that's the case, there must have been some traces. Moreover, her husband was beside her. That's even more impossible. But who was this woman who did that to me? Chapter 403. Minister Chu was in extreme pain. I lost my virginity unknowingly and didn't feel anything. Moreover, I don't know who that woman is. I don't even know what she looks like. Is there anything more speechless for a man in the world than this? Is there anything more depressing than this? No matter who it is, Tai Butian definitely knows about it, said the sword spirit. Sigh. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. Suddenly, a feeling of suffocation rose in his heart. Tai Bu Tian, you know everything, but you don't say anything? What's going on? Are you playing with me? After suffocation came anger, but there was also undeniable gratitude. It doesn't matter who that woman is. I'm under the influence of the aphrodisiac, but I don't know anything, and I let the other party take the initiative. This is extremely difficult for any woman. Moreover, I have to bear a lot of pain, because, according to sword spirit, my purity is very high. So, an ordinary woman can't bear it. The other party is my savior. But I don't even know who my savior is. Chu Yang remained silent. He really wanted to go to Tai Bu Tian and ask her what was going on. But this was a critical moment. He could only wait until after the war. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He eventually adopted sword spirit's method. Create a pool of spring water with the inner core of the lust dragon. First, this poison was more tyrannical than the poison of the poisonous flood dragon. Moreover, it was colorless and tasteless. Moreover, it was convenient. One only needed to throw the inner core into it. The most important thing was the pool of green water would return to its original state after 3 days of evaporation. The efficacy of the poison would disappear completely. So there was no need to worry. Therefore, Chu Yang had taken out the 2 inner cores a few hours ago and hid them in the pool of water. Chu Yang saw that Jing Menghan was still strutting around after he received the news that Tai Bu Tian was safe and sound. He couldn't help but get angry. Motherfucker, I'm depressed. But you bastards still came here to make a fuss. Wu Qian, you follow Wu Kuangyin. Leave this to me. Chu Yang's face was cold. Chu Yang, leave this to me, Wu Qian said calmly. Chu Yang turned his head to look and saw that Wu Qian's attire was the same as his. A black robe completely covered her body. She only needed to wear a mask, and she would be a living king of Hell Chu. What are you doing? Chu Yang's face turned cold. I will be the bait for you. Wu Qian's eyes were filled with determination. Everyone knew that this battle against the Golden Horse Riders Department was a battle with a huge disparity in terms of ratio. The 30,000-strong army of the Golden Horse Riders Department couldn't be compared to this motley crew that Chu Yang had temporarily assembled. The danger of this battle far exceeded the slaughter of millions of soldiers. Moreover, Jing Menghan, a peak king-level expert, was personally leading the team. There are also dozens of lower-grade, revered martial artists. The weakest one was a martial master. Even an emperor-level expert could lose his life if he wasn't careful. Wu Qianqian was very pessimistic. However, there was one thing that she had to do. Even if I have to die a horrible death, nothing must happen to Chu Yang. Therefore, Wu Qianqian had already prepared herself. I will replace Chu Yang and fight with Jing Menghan's people. I will take them to the pond when they are unable to endure the repeated battles. It would be good if they could come back alive, but Chu Yang would still be alive if they died in this battle. Even if they continued to deal with the Golden Horse Riders Department, they would be weakened by at least half of their strength. It would be much easier for Chu Yang to deal with them. Wu Kuangyin had already begun to lead his troops when she saw that the three armies were ready. Wu Qianqian clamped her legs together and was about to rush out. Her hand reached into her bosom and was about to take out the mask to wear. Even if I die, my love won't be in vain if I die like this. No. Chu Yang grabbed her and looked into her eyes with a stern look. I beg you, Wu Qianqian whispered, but her voice was firm as she said, I beg you. You don't have to go. I will go. I beg you. Chu Yang's mind was shaken. He suddenly became absent-minded and thought of Mo Qingwu. Back then, Qingwu was the same. No matter what, she would rather be injured and die than let him get hurt. Everything she did was for him. Chu Yang groaned in pain. He suddenly opened his eyes. Qian, I beg you, don't do this. He closed his eyes and restrained his surging emotions. Then he said in a low voice, I already owe a woman my whole life. I don't want to owe another woman my whole life. Then he suddenly pointed his finger at Wu Qianqian's chest. Wu Qianqian was caught off guard. She didn't have enough time to defend herself. Her body swayed, and she fell into Chu Yang's arms. But her beautiful eyes were wide open. Her face was full of anxiety. Her eyes were full of pleading. Let me go. Let me go. Wu Kuangyin. Chu Yang shouted, Your subordinate is here. Miss Wu is injured. Take her to His Majesty's place to recuperate, Chu Yang ordered. Yes, Wu Kuangyin immediately arranged a carriage. Chu Yang held Wu Qianqian and gently placed her inside. Wu Qianqian looked at him foolishly. Chu Yang hardened his heart and turned around to leave. Wu Qianqian's tears finally flowed down silently. She looked at Chu Yang's back as he strode away. Her heart was filled with endless sorrow. Chu Yang, you already owe a woman your whole life. So, you have to repay her in this life. So, you don't want to owe me your whole life. But you know what? You know what? You've already owed me. You've already owed me your whole life. Even though I won't ask you for it, but you really owe me. Wu Qianqian silently shed tears. The carriage swayed and slowly started to move. Chu Yang restrained the Golden Horse Riders Department so that Tai Butian could quickly take care of the battlefield and secure the victory. Who was more important and who was less important? Minister Chu turned around and looked up to the sky. He shouted, Everyone get ready. 30,000 elites roared like a tsunami. Ah! The Golden Horse Riders Department is on the other side. They are known as the most elite troops in the world. Are you afraid to face them? We're not afraid. Do you want to defeat the Golden Horse Riders Department? Chu Yang roared. What's the most powerful in the world? They're just bullshit in our eyes. The Golden Horse Riders Department is bullshit. They're worse than bullshit. 30,000 people raised their arms and shouted. Chu Yang laughed out loud. He spurred his horse forward and shouted, Jing Meng Hun, I'll give you a chance to fight a decisive battle. You and I have the same number of people. Do you dare to fight to the last man? Jing Meng Hun's eyes emitted a deep hatred. I swear I'll tear you to pieces as long as you don't run away. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang laughed strangely. He suddenly clamped his legs on the horse's belly and shouted, Chop these bastards into mincemeat. The sturdy horse issued a long neigh and fiercely rushed out. 30,000 people whistled behind him and rolled out like a gale. Jing Meng Hun exposed a cruel and evil grin on his face. He waved his hand, kill. If you kill King of Hell Chu, you'll be promoted by 3 ranks, and you'll get 10,000 taels of gold. The Golden Horse Riders Department's iron-like army surged forward. They started slowly and then sped up. They slowly formed a cruel torrent on the ground and fiercely met Chu Yang's troops. Chu Yang let out a long and loud shout. He jumped up along with his horse. Then he shouted, What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? He had used this move at this moment. The entire area was covered in blood, but he had gained a kind of enlightenment. It had become even more cruel and fierce. A bright sword light soared high into the sky. It turned into an unstoppable fierce light. It rushed into the troops of the Golden Horse Riders Department at lightning speed and went straight for Jing Meng Hun. Suddenly, a magnificent crown appeared in midair. This crown was golden red in color. It looked like the sun had risen in the sky. It was several times bigger than the crown of an ordinary king-level expert. Jing Meng Hun exclaimed, A king-level expert! King of Hell Chu has broken through to the king-level expert in such a short time. However, he didn't have time to wonder because Chu Yang's sword had already swept away the rain of blood. More than a dozen people screamed as they were cut into 2 halves. Chu Yang had arrived in front of Jing Meng Hun. Come on. Jing Meng Hun flew up from his horse's back. His sword energy shot out in a crisscross manner. He met Chu Yang's move head-on. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Both of their bodies trembled with a loud bang. Jing Meng Hun borrowed the force of the collision to fly back. He was extremely distressed. The sword that I've been using for decades has turned into a sawtooth. He then looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't care about his sword. He let out a long and loud shout and rushed forward again. Jing Meng Hun felt a chill in his heart. He had felt that King of Hell Chu had made great progress every time he had fought with him. This time he was actually able to stand on equal footing with him and not be at a disadvantage. Chu Yang had borrowed the power of the divine sword. Moreover, his sword moves were very mysterious, but it was still inconceivable that he could achieve this. Jing Meng Hun saw that Chu Yang's opponent was rushing over with an aggressive momentum, so he fiercely dodged and avoided Chu Yang's sharp sword. Then he grabbed a big saber from one of his subordinates and prepared to fight with Chu Yang again. However, he turned his head and saw that King of Hell Chu was ignoring him. Chu Yang had killed his way into the cavalry. Blood surged everywhere he went, and human heads rolled like watermelons. Chu Yang had rushed forward more than 200 feet in a flash. He had left behind nearly 100 mutilated corpses. Jing Meng Hun roared and rushed over. Then the 2 armies collided with each other. It seemed as if the heavenly thunder had ignited the earth's fire. Both sides were doing their utmost to kill each other. They were doing their utmost to advance. 2 people would often exchange a move. Then they would pass by each other and would be replaced by another opponent. Everyone was rushing forward with indomitable will. Chu Yang felt a bright light in front of him after a quarter of an hour. The pressure on his body had lightened. He had already broken through the rear of the enemy's cavalry. Only 18,000 of the 30,000 elites were left behind, and they followed Chu Yang as he rushed out. Jing Meng Hun let out a long and loud shout. He gathered his troops and turned around at the fastest speed. He was ready to welcome the next round of battle. King-level expert Jing's confidence had greatly increased after this round of battle. The enemy has left behind at least 10,000 corpses in this battle, but my side has only paid the price of less than 5,000 people. We will soon be able to kill the enemy as long as we continue to fight like this. However, he was left dumbfounded when he turned around. King of Hell, Chu, had led his troops. He hadn't turned around. He had rushed in the opposite direction like a wisp of smoke, and he had left behind billowing smoke on the ground. Chapter 404. Everyone run. These bastards are too ferocious. A voice was heard from afar. It was King of Hell Chu. Jing Meng Hun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. King of Hell Chu, you're shameless. Didn't you say that we should fight to the death? King of Hell Chu's scolding voice was heard from afar. Jing Meng Hun, you're a moron. What qualifications do you have to fight to the death with me? Don't you think that exhausting you to death is the same as fighting to the death? Don't you think that playing you to death is the same as fighting to the death? Ha ha! Jing Meng Hun's eyes turned red as he roared, "Chase!" He didn't believe that King of Hell Chu's motley crew could outrun his golden horse armored cavalry. Diwu Qing Ro's firm command had made Jing Meng Hun's heart very determined to kill King of Hell Chu. How could he not chase after him when he had such a big advantage? Suddenly, the two teams started to chase after each other. They left billowing dust on the ground. On the other side, Wu Kuangyun and his army quickly joined Tai Butian. They looked at the earth-shaking battle inside the Seven Killings Great Formation and sucked in a cold breath. Your Majesty, why don't you give the order to attack? Wu Kuangyun asked cautiously. Anyone would know that this was the best time to attack. The people inside had clearly exhausted their strength. As long as there were fresh troops inside, it would be easy to capture them. Moreover, there were so many Iron Cloud soldiers. No. Tai Butian slightly shook her head. Her eyes were filled with pity. It's not that I don't want to. Diwu Qing Ro has used the power of heaven to combine the terrain with the mountain range to form a killing formation. Millions of soldiers have been sacrificed to activate the Seven Killings Great Formation. Moreover, this formation connects heaven and earth. It can't be broken. She sighed deeply. Even if millions of people were to enter, they would be affected by the killing formation and would turn into corpses. Wu Kuangyun sucked in a cold breath. His eyes opened wide. Diwu Qing Ro's deranged behavior is intolerable, Tai Butian said angrily. Everyone was silent. Diwu Qing Ro had set up such a formation. It was clear that he wanted to capture all the soldiers of Iron Cloud and Great Zhao in one fell swoop. If he had only schemed against Iron Cloud, it would have been understandable. After all, they were enemies. But to even scheme against one's own people was truly too inhumane. It's a pity that Diwu Qing Ro's loyal subordinates have been risking their lives for decades. Wu Kuangyun heaved a long sigh. Those people had risked their lives for Diwu Qing Ro. They had guarded the borders for decades without any complaints or regrets. But Diwu Qing Ro had mercilessly abandoned them. They couldn't help but feel a little sad. Tai Butian also sighed. Then he changed the topic and said, however, there's only one person like Diwu Qingru in these thousands of years. Wu Kuangyun's heart trembled. He bowed and said yes. Fortunately, we are working under His Majesty which is 1,000,000 times better than our colleagues in Great Zhao. Then he looked at the great array and said, Your Majesty, it seems that this battle will only end in the afternoon. Your Majesty, why don't you take a rest first? Leave the matters here to me. Tai Butian smiled faintly. She glanced sideways and saw Wu Qianqian standing at the side. Her eyes lit up involuntarily. Since that's the case, I'll go and have a chat with Miss Wu. Her tone deliberately revealed traces of tenderness. Wu Kuangyin was startled. Then he exposed an ambiguous smile and said, Your Majesty, please. Tai Butian nodded and walked towards Wu Qianqian. Then the two of them exchanged a few words. Then they left under the protection of the Imperial Guards. Tai Butian dismissed everyone in the big tent. Only Wu Qianqian and herself remained. The two of them sat opposite each other. Wu Qianqian had been worried about Chu Yang's safety, so she was somewhat distracted. However, Tai Butian's mind was in a mess. She didn't know what to say, so she remained silent for a while. Wu Qianqian recovered after a long time. Then she asked faintly, Your Majesty, what's the matter? Tai Butian smiled embarrassedly and said, Yes, there's something I want to discuss with Miss Wu. Haha. I also want to say something from the bottom of my heart. This war was really cruel. I hope that such a cruel war will never happen again. The people are in a terrible situation. The common people are in a terrible situation. It's really too horrible to look at. Wu Qianqian said faintly, With Your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess, the common people's lives will definitely get better and better. Huh. Tai Butian smiled gently. Suddenly, she changed the topic and said, Miss Wu, what do you think of Minister Chu? When Wu Qianqian heard the words Minister Chu, her eyes narrowed. Her scattered spirit gradually gathered together. She rolled her eyes and asked coldly, What do you think? She thought to herself, Could it be that His Majesty wants to give up after seeing that the situation is in his hands? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of vigilance. I'm not talking about that. Tai Butian coughed speechlessly and said, I'm saying that Minister Chu seems to have a beloved woman in his heart. And, the light in Wu Qianqian's eyes dimmed. She said, That has nothing to do with me. Of course. Tai Butian had always been eloquent. But now, she felt that every sentence she said was a little stuttering. She didn't even know how to open her mouth. But Miss Wu, do you intend to continue like this? Tai Butian's eyes flickered. She said, You must know that men and women should get married when they grow up. Your Majesty, what exactly are you trying to say? Wu Qianqian's thoughts were stirred up by her words. She couldn't help but feel a little bad. She was about to turn 20. If she still didn't get married, she would be considered an old lady. Although she was determined, her father would definitely urge her to talk about marriage. It was so annoying. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but be at her wit's end. I'm saying. Tai Butian coughed a few times. She found it difficult to speak. After thinking for a while, she finally let out a long sigh. I, Tai Butian, have been too old since I was young. For more than 10 years, I've been under tremendous pressure. Even when I take a breath, I have to be careful. I've also never tasted the love of ordinary men and women. Alarm bells rang in Wu Qianqian's heart. What does this mean? To show his own purity? Tell me, he hasn't been flirting with women? There are only a few maids in the palace. Even when he ascended the throne, he didn't have a concubine. Tai Butian said with difficulty. As the Emperor of Iron Cloud, he doesn't have a single woman by his side, Wu Qianqian snorted. Her face was a little pale. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the Emperor, she would have left in a huff. But the unification of the world is imminent. The legacy of the Emperor has to be put on the agenda. There are 3 ways an ordinary family can be unfilial. Having no descendants is the worst, let alone the legacy of the emperor's grandson. Tai Batian beat around the bush. Feeling helpless, she raised her head and saw that Wu Qianqian was still cold and expressionless. Tai Batian sighed again in her heart. So, she continued to work hard. Now, the court officials are busy with the selection every day. It's really annoying. Wu Qianqian snorted again. Suddenly, she was about to stand up. Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Don't. Tai Batian hurriedly stood up to stop her. To be honest, this time, I'd like to ask Miss Wu for a favor. It's just a small favor. What favor? Wu Qianqian asked. Miss Wu. Tai Butian's expression became serious and serious. If I, Tai Batian, am removed from the position of the emperor and let Miss Wu look at me as an ordinary person, do you have any redeeming qualities? Your Majesty is an extraordinary man. Of course, I have my redeeming qualities, Wu Qianqian said calmly. Then what kind of person am I in your heart? Tai Batian persisted in her questioning. I want to hear Miss Wu's honest thoughts. Your Majesty is handsome and elegant. Every word and action of yours is elegant. When you're gentle, you make people feel like they're bathing in the spring breeze. When you're strict, you make people feel like they're in a thunderstorm. When you're quiet, you're moving like a fleeing rabbit. You're one of the top men in the world today, Wu Qianqian said sincerely, but what? Tai Batian asked anxiously. But it's just that your height is a little short. Wu Qianqian didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. The way she looked at Tai Batian was clearly saying, You're about the same height as me. Tai Batian was a little speechless. Actually, Tai Butian's height wasn't considered short. With a height of 7 meters, he could be said to be a crane in a flock of chickens. But Wu Qianqian herself was a tall beauty. The two of them were about the same height, and there was Chu Yang as a comparison. Therefore, in Wu Qianqian's eyes, this man Tai Batian was just a third-level handicap. Actually, I'm not considered short. Minister Chu is only a palm taller than me. Tai Batian defended himself somewhat weakly. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes. Only a palm taller than you? You make it sound so easy. It's not like you don't know. Not to mention a palm. Even if you're taller by a bean, you're still a height that a person can't reach in his lifetime. If that's the case, the difference between a mountain and the sky isn't that big. At most, it's only a few 100,000 miles apart. What matter does your Majesty have that you need my help with? Wu Qianqian asked somewhat impatiently. You left me here alone with a man and a woman. What if Chu Yang comes back and sees us and misunderstands? Actually, I... Tai Batian stammered. Suddenly, he made up his mind and said, Actually, I've always admired Miss Wu. Stop. Wu Qianqian was furious. She thought to herself, you actually said out loud. But since Tai Batian had said it out loud, why would he stop? He simply continued without a care. Now, the courtiers are urging me to get married. If Miss Wu doesn't mind, I'm willing to make Miss Wu the Empress. For the rest of my life, there will be no second color. What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Qianqian's face was frosty. She stood up abruptly and turned to walk out. Wait, Tai Batian shouted. But why would Wu Qianqian bother with him? The moment she heard that, she walked even faster and was about to walk out. Tai Batian chased after her and hugged her. He said, Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wu Qianqian was furious. Let go of me. She reached out and pushed him away. This pair of hands actually happened to push against Tai Butian's chest. Chapter 405. Chan was suddenly taken aback. This doesn't feel right. She looked suspiciously at Tai Butian's flat chest and couldn't help but grab and rub it again. Ah! Wu Chan screamed, almost sending the tent flying. The person being molested hadn't even screamed, but this person, who was molesting someone else, actually screamed first. Tai Butian only felt a pinch on her chest and couldn't help but blush. It was summer now, and she wasn't wearing much clothes. "You're still touching," Tai Butian said angrily with a red face. She felt that the hands on her chest actually didn't stop grabbing and pinching. Ah! Wu Qian screamed again. She jumped back 3 steps. She could feel cold sweat trickling down her back. Her face was deathly pale as she stammered. You, what about me?" Tai Butian rolled her eyes at her. "Don't make any noise." You're like a girl?" Wu Chan finally woke up. She lowered her voice and spoke in an incredulous tone. Tai Butian snorted and then slowly reached her hand into her clothes. Then she took off a jade pendant from her neck. Wu Chan only felt a blur before her eyes and a faint halo flashed by. Then she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Then she rubbed them again. It's true. Wu Chan moaned and almost fainted. She swore that she really didn't blink just now. And Tai Butian was also really standing there without moving. However, after a flash of light, Tai Butian's entire appearance changed. She was originally a handsome young man, full of heroic spirit. But after the flash, she actually turned into she was still dressed as a man. But now Tai Butian's cheeks were rosy and her hair was like clouds, flowing down elegantly. Her chest was high and her waist was slender. She was obviously a peerless beauty. Wu Chan's eyes instantly widened. Tai Butian's eyes turned and she smiled lightly. "Did you see clearly?" Wu Chan nodded in a daze. Thinking about the feeling just now, she couldn't help but reminisce. Her fingers actually unconsciously twirled and 2 words suddenly came to her mind. So big! How could it be so big? Wu Chan lowered her head and looked at her chest. She compared with Tai Butian and Tai Butian. In terms of appearance, they were about the same, but she was really big. And Tai Butian saw her twirling and couldn't help but blush. She pulled her hand and affectionately pulled her to sit down. This time, of course, Wu Chan's body. She opened fire by surprise. "You're a woman's husband? Yours by surprise? By Titus by TS, by Tis, SSSS, S's. S by TSD, S she's, S's, T. TTS, S. Tai Shi-chung, the emperor of Iron Cloud, suddenly went crazy and massacred the entire palace. Even the empress and the princess were not spared. Wu Chan was also a very intelligent person. She finally understood what was going on. She couldn't help but sigh. Tai Butian saw her expression and knew that she had guessed something. Tai Butian's expression also became a little gloomy. She said in a low voice, "Back then, my father only had a few daughters. He didn't have an emperor. I was the youngest at that time. My father seemed to have a premonition. He kept my birth a secret and told everyone that I was the emperor. There was another reason. When I was born, my master was traveling in Iron Cloud. He was in the palace at that time. After seeing me, he felt that I had a good foundation and accepted me as his younger brother. Moreover, he gave me a jade token, that's the one." "I see." Wu Chan nodded in relief. Wu Chan was still puzzled. "But why did you?" She looked at Tai Butian from the corner of her eyes. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Tai Butian's face instantly turned red. Wu Chan recalled how she used to regard Tai Butian as a scourge. The more she thought about it, the more amused she felt. She chuckled. "You're really something. You actually had feelings for me since a long time ago. Tai Butian's face turned red. She said, I was just testing you first. Wu Qianqian was overjoyed. She laughed so hard that her body shook. You're actually an empress. You're really something. You want to be a pervert, but can you do it? Tai Butian finally couldn't take it anymore. She jumped up with a red face and grabbed Wu Qianqian's chest. Little hoof, if you continue to spout nonsense. As she said that, she actually gave Wu Qianqian a taste of her own medicine. She also mischievously rubbed and pinched her chest. Wu Qianqian felt weak all over. She hurriedly slapped her hand away and said, You wanted my help just for this? Yes, but it's not just this. There's something else. Tai Butian stammered. What is it? Wu Qianqian smiled like a flower. There's also something like. Tai Butian leaned close to Wu Qianqian's ear and said a few words. Ah! Wu Qianqian exclaimed and jumped up. You're pregnant? Why this? Keep your voice down. Tai Butian reacted quickly. She covered Wu Qianqian's mouth. My little granddad, what are you shouting for? Wu Qianqian looked at her in shock. After a long time, she asked, Whose? Tai Butian's face turned red. This matter was really a little difficult to talk about. Who plucked you? The #1 flower of Iron Cloud. Wu Qianqian still felt that it was a little unbelievable. Tai Butian steeled her heart and said, Who else? Isn't it your sweetheart? Chuyang? Wu Qianqian was shocked. Her face turned pale, and she stood up trembling all over. Yes, but... Tai Butian heaved a long sigh. He himself doesn't know. As she spoke, she told him everything that had happened that day. Since she had already said so much, it was impossible for her not to tell him everything. Wu Qianqian listened slowly. Her pale face slowly recovered. So it was like this. It was she who used her lifetime of cultivation and martial arts, as well as the most precious thing of a woman, to save his life. So I need your help. Tai Butian finally finished. She looked at Wu Qianqian somewhat anxiously. I'm angry. I can't do anything about it. With such a thing happening this, you don't have to say any more. Wu Qianqian bit her red lips lightly. An intense struggle flashed across her heart. Finally, her eyes revealed a determined look. I promise you, she couldn't be with him forever, but raising his child with her own hands was also a kind of consolation, right? Wu Qianqian turned her head and looked at Tai Butian. This outstanding beauty in front of her was really in the same boat as her. It was just that in some areas she was more unfortunate than her. But in some areas she had something more than her. Wu Qianqian stared at Tai Butian's belly. A wave of jealousy suddenly rose in her heart. His child! This was his child! Recalling how Tai Butian was very determined not to let her go that night, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but think, if the one who went wasn't Tai Butian but herself, then this child would... Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian's face heated up. She tried her best to stop herself from thinking about Tai Butian. Thank you, Qianqian. Tai Butian's eyes shone with gratitude. She said sincerely, but I hope that you won't let him know about this. I understand. Wu Qianqian bit her lips and promised solemnly. She really understood. Since he didn't have her in his heart and had another woman whom he loved deeply, and he didn't even know that she was a woman, what was the use of telling him? Make him suffer? Let him choose? Force him to take responsibility? What a joke! Both Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were extremely proud women. Both of them would never use such methods. Since you don't know, then don't know. We won't make things difficult for you. Even if such methods could really force Chuyang to submit, both of them wouldn't bother to use them. We don't want this kind of love that comes from charity and forced marriage. If we want it, then we will defeat the woman in his heart fair and square. Tai Batian sighed and said, You have to consider this matter carefully. Although I want you to agree, I don't want you to force him. After all, you still have hope. You're not like me. Wu Qianqian shook her head painfully and said, There's no need to consider. If he accepts, then he'll be pitying me. What use do I have for such pity? I'm already very satisfied with this ending. She looked blankly at the tea and said softly, I know very well. Tai Batian sighed deeply. Then she picked up the jade pendant and wore it around her neck. A burst of dense light flickered. The peerless beauty suddenly turned into that valiant and exuberant emperor of a generation who looked down on the world. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you a lot. Give birth to a son for me, and lay the foundation of Iron Cloud. Tai Batian said softly. Wu Qianqian smiled and nodded. Give birth to a son for me. This is really a replacement. Later, I'll immediately send someone to sect leader Wu of Beyond the Heavens sect to propose marriage. I'll take you as my empress, Tai Batian said lightly. Beyond the Heavens sect will be a relative of the emperor. After Iron Cloud unifies the world, Beyond the Heavens sect will be the first protector sect. Qianqian, do you have anything to add? I don't want. Wu Qianqian thought for a while and said, Just a little reward is enough. If the reward is too heavy, it will harm Beyond the Heavens sect. After all, a sect is not an imperial court. That's good. Tai Batian agreed. Also, I don't want to give up the position of minister of Butian Pavilion. Wu Qianqian said softly, King of Hell Chu is me. This is also a secret. Hearing the words King of Hell Chu, Tai Batian was a little stunned. After a long time, she nodded. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, Minister Chu, then what do you think? On the surface, you're my empress. But when you're minister of Butian Pavilion, I'll be your woman and your wife. How about that? Wu Qianqian was stunned. From these words, she suddenly felt Tai Butian Xian's unconditional love for Chu Yang. Even the title hidden in the deepest part of her heart was so important to this generation's empress. Wu Qianqian nodded silently. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. But tears of sadness came out of their smiles. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.